Welcome back to the second day of Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum 2021. Good morning. My name is Lee Sang-hoon, researcher at the Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security of KNDA. The forum is aired live on KNDA's official YouTube channel, KNDA Live. We have two channels, English and Korean. Please check out both and choose the channel you're comfortable with. Also, don't forget to leave your questions and comments in the live chat box during the session. We will choose top questions or comments to present gifts. Winners of the event will be announced in KNDA official Facebook and Instagram account on October 14th. We will now start the third session on Northeast Asian Economic Cooperation and RCEP, looking to a promising future. Ambassador Kim Young-moo, Director General of the Department of Asian and Pacific Studies at Korea National Diplomatic Academy, will moderate this session. Let me pass the microphone over to Ambassador Kim.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm moderator of the third session of the 2021 Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum. As introduced, I am Kim Young-moo of the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. In the first and second session yesterday, we carried out in-depth discussions regarding peace and cooperation in Northeast Asia and also disaster management and response in Northeast Asia. Today, we will move our discussion to the economic realm, and we will be discussing the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which was signed and is now awaiting to take effect. And with your understanding, I will refer to the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership as RCEP to save time. In this discussion today, we have invited experts from Korea, China, Japan, and Singapore. Allow me to introduce our panelists here sitting beside me and representing Korea. We are joined by Dr. Kim Yang-hee, Director General of the Department of International Economy, Trade, and Development Studies at the Korea National Diplomatic Academy. Next, we are joined by Professor Ho Min, Associate Professor at the School of International Economics at China Foreign Affairs University. Hello and good morning to you. And next we are joined by Professor Pasa Xie, who is with the School of Law at Singapore Management University. Hello, Dr. Xie. Last but not least, we are joined by Professor Shinoda Kunihiko of Japan National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. Can you hear us? Hello and good morning to you. Before we begin our discussion, let me remind our panelists on how we will proceed. In this third session, our panelists will not have individual interventions. I will ask our panelists questions, and our panelists will offer their answers. I have three questions for our panelists. The first question pertains to the significance and meaning of the signing of RCEP with a particular focus on the meaning it has for regional economic integration. And I would ask our panelists to talk about the significance of RCEP, particularly for each of the countries that they represent. And the second question pertains to the content of RCEP. As other FTAs, RCEP covers trade in goods, service investments, and trade rules. I would like to hear what our panelists think of the content of RCEP, how you would assess the agreement. And I would also like to ask our panelists to talk about the strengths and weaknesses of RCEP. And the last question is regarding the way forward for RCEP. I think we can cover many issues with this question. As you know, during the last part of the negotiations, India withdrew from the negotiations, so we can talk about whether enlarging the membership for RCEP is the way forward. And I would also like to ask our panelists to comment on how RCEP can set up or establish relations with CPTPP, which took effect in 2018. And also I would like to ask for any proposals, suggestions, and ideas on how you believe believe RCEP can develop further in the future. As you can see, we have a lot to cover, and this is a technical topic, but we only have an hour and 40 minutes. So without further ado, I would like to begin our discussion. The first question is this. As I mentioned earlier, I would like to ask our panelists about the significance and meaning of the signing of RCEP, especially with regard to the East Asia Regional Economic Integration. As you know, in 1989, we had APEC, and recently the CPTPP was signed, and as you know, recently RCEP was signed as well. So I would like to know what you think the significance of RCEP is against the backdrop of regional economic integration. And also, you each represent your own country in a way, so I would like to ask you the implication of RCEP in each of your respective countries. I will be giving each of our panelists 6 minutes to offer their comment, and I would like to ask that you stay within your time limit. And of course, during those 6 minutes, if you have any presentation slides that you wish to share, please pull them up on the screen. We will proceed in alphabetical order, starting with Professor Min, followed by Professor Xie, followed by Professor Kim, and then followed by Professor Shinoda, in that order. And for your information, Professor Xie will start the second question, and the other professors will follow in the order that I mentioned, and Professor Kim Yang-yi will answer the third question first, and then we will proceed in alphabetical order. So I would like to invite Professor Min, if you could please respond to the first question. I give you the floor.
허민 교수님.
Professor Min. Professor
Thank
He.
you. Thank you.
네.
Could you hear me now?
네, 잘 들립니다. 네, 교수님.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you please answer
네,
the
I
first
can hear you
question?
very clearly.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation of the forum. As a young researcher, it's a good learning opportunity for me to discuss with distinguished guests and panelists and further my study of East Asia economic integration. First of all, I wanted to discuss about the meaning of the RCEP from two perspectives. First of all, from the perspective of global regionalization development history, like Ambassador Kim just described, and actually compared with EU in Europe and NAFTA, now USCMA in North America. The institutional development of regional economic integration in East Asia has begun rather late, since 1990s of EPEC, with the aim of FTA-AP. Well, it's hard to achieve agreement in over 20 economies, so EPEC members tend to voluntary liberalization, so which form the two FTA tracks, to my understanding. So one is a Trans-Pacific or Asia-Pacific track, being through actually starting from P5 to P3, P4 to TPP 12 to CPTPP 11. And then finally took effect at the end of the 2018. So CPTPP now is currently the highest standard trade agreement in the world so far. And another track is the East Asia track, which based on 10+6 mechanism with ASEAN as a hub and ASEAN centrality. So based on 10+6 and eventually signed at the end of 2020, ASEP and right now is currently the trade agreement with the largest population and economic scale in the world, with 30% of the world population and close to 1/3 of the world GDP and the world total trade volume. So from this perspective, I think the signing of the RCEP sent a clear signal, especially at the present, being faced with the COVID-19 trade protectionism, and also the sluggish world economy. The signing of the RCEP sent a clear signal to the world that East Asian countries adhere to open regional economic integration. We choose to open up rather than protectionism, cooperation rather than confrontation. So I inject new impetus into the regional and world economic development and also the recovery after the epidemic. Second, from the perspective of regional economic integration, because we have a lot of institutional arrangements in this East Asia region. We have a lot of FTAs, have like spaghetti bowl effect. ASEP actually, which covers a wider range of the areas, could integrate existing cooperation mechanisms and optimize the regional economic governance mechanisms. And also in terms of the rules, the ASEP agreement has 20 chapters, including not only tradition issues, but also the new issues such as e-commerce, intellectual property, which shows the higher level of the integration of economic integration, and also the requirements is higher than those of previous FTAs in this region. So from this perspective, I think ASEP will significantly enhance the level of the regional economic integration in East Asia, especially on promoting the integration of regional industrial supply and value chains. And from the China's perspective, I think to be brief, I think have 5 implications. ASEP countries are important trading partners of China. So in 2020, China's trade with ASEP countries accounted for 31% of its total trade, and ASEAN overtook Europe and the United States to become the largest trading partner. Japan ranked in the 4th place, and South Korea the 5th place, and also Australia 8th place. So if ASEP takes full effect, 1/3 of the China's foreign trade will be tax-free. So first, I think from the perspective of economic integration, the most important highlight from the perspective of China is a tariff in a reduction arrangement or trade agreement between China and Japan under the ASEP framework, because among the ASEP countries, China already has FTAs with ASEAN, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, but Japan. Second, the existing bilateral FTAs, just I mentioned, are all kind of low-leveled. So with under the ASEP framework, it will be upgraded at the degree of liberalization of some products will be further enhanced because of ASEP. And after the ASEP takes effect, about 86% to 90% of trade in goods will eventually be tariff-free, with a greater proportion of tax-free trade and higher degree of liberalization. Third, so the rules of origin and other provisions of ASEP rules will further promote China's participation in the production, supply chain, and the value chain in East Asia. And fourth, to some extent, ASEP will hedge the negative impact brought by the CPTPP entry into force, and also Sino-US trade friction to China. And the fifth, I think, it's also one part of China's strategy now called new development paradigm. We call it dual circulation. The core is that outside to be open up to the outside world, and to inside to continue the domestic reform, benchmarking the higher standard of the international rules. So that's all. Thank you.
네, 허민 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Min. She gave us a comment on how this is the world's largest trade agreement, accounting 30% of the global GDP. And she also elaborated on China's perspective of RCEP. And one of the most notable features of RCEP is that it has essentially allowed a free trade zone to be formed between China and Japan. And she mentioned China had FTAs with other countries, with the exception of Japan. I'm sure that our professor from have comments too. Professor Xie?
Well, thank you very much. Well, thank you, Ambassador Kim, for your invitation and for your very kind introduction. So let me provide some thoughts about the RCEP and new Asian regionalism, particularly from Singapore and ASEAN perspective. First, let me provide the contextual background of the RCEP. Columbia Law Professor Bhagwati coined the term the first regionalism that referred to trade initiative in the 1960s. By that time, most trade initiatives fell because of political reasons. And in the 1980s, the Professor Bhagwati also referred these new FTA that occurred in the second regionalism. That's what he called. And in this era, we witnessed the economic growth of four Asian tigers, including South Korea, and the rise of China. And as Ambassador Kim alluded to, ASEAN and APEC were the most important trade initiative in the era. I argue that we are now in the third regionalism, which has developed in tandem with the Doha Round since the 2000s. So there are three important characteristics of the third regionalism. The first, we now have more and more FTA between developing countries, known as South-South FTA, which account for 75% of the FTA worldwide, such as ASEAN FTA. We also now have more mega FTA. So Professor He mentioned APEC. APEC has discussed the proposals for FTAAP, Free Trade Area of the Asia Pacific, since 2010. So the purpose of the FTAAP is to connect 21 APEC economies. So now we have CPTPP, which was concluded in 2018, and the RCEP, which was signed in 2020. And the CPTPP and RCEP are the most feasible pathway to the FTAAP. And the third important characteristic is the comprehensiveness FTA. So most FTA now have both a WTO plus and extra obligations. So for instance, the dichotomy between FTA and bilateral investment treaties or agreement become blurred because most FTA now have a very sophisticated investment chapters. And now let me address RCEP. Why RCEP is important for regional economic integration. So that's the question posed by Ambassador Kim. A very important and simple answer to the question is this. RCEP is the largest FTA by economic scale, which account for 30% of global GDP. And here, I produced a ranking of major FTA based on their GDP. RCEP is number one, followed by USMCA, and then EU, CPTPP, as well as other South-South FTA, such as ASEAN, Mercosur, and Pacific Alliance. So from this ranking, we know that the economic scale of the RCEP is comparable to that of the EU 27 countries and CPTPP combined. So that's why RCEP is significant. So RCEP includes 15 parties, such as China and 10 ASEAN countries, and India decided not to join in 2019. And RCEP also consolidated 4 ASEAN plus 1 FTA, making the RCEP ASEAN plus structure. So the 4 ASEAN plus 1 FTA include ASEAN Australia New Zealand FTA, ASEAN China FTA, ASEAN Korea FTA, as well as ASEAN Japan FTA. Why RCEP is important? One reason is that one reason is the very low usage of ASEAN plus 1 FTA. For example, only 2.3% of importers actually use ASEAN-Japan FTA. So we hope the RCEP will change the problem, will remedy the problem, and further consolidate the regional supply chain in the region. I also wish to clarify some myths associated with the RCEP. Western media and usually portray RCEP as a China-led FTA. So many of my colleagues in ASEAN wanted to emphasize that RCEP is actually led by ASEAN. So since the inception of the third regionalism, China and Japan have various proposals for regional integration. China preferred the ASEAN Plus One proposal known as EAFTA, whereas Japan prefers CEPA, which is based on ASEAN plus 6 countries, including Australia, New Zealand, India as additional members. In order to avoid being marginalized, ASEAN proposed ASEAN framework for the RCEP in 2011 and proclaimed that the RCEP should be the ASEAN-led process. And in 2012, all the RCEP members issued a guiding principle and objective for the RCEP. And they all emphasize the concept of ASEAN centrality in regional framework. And that's why RCEP is very critical to ASEAN. And as Ambassador Kim alluded to, the negotiations began in 2013. And we concluded the ASEAN negotiation in 2019 and signed the agreement in 2020. So the final issue I want to address regarding this question is the future of the RCEP. Will the RCEP further consolidate existing FTA or lead to more serious trade fragmentation problem? Professor He mentioned that one important benefit of the RCEP is to fill the FTA gap. For instance, Japan currently does not have FTA with Japan, Korea, New Zealand. So RCEP fill the gap. RCEP also formed the benchmark for CJK FTA negotiation, so the FTA between China, Japan, and Korea. But we should also note that RCEP does not follow the clean slate model. In other words, the RCEP does not supersede current FTA or BIT. In other words, the RCEP will coexist with current trade and investment agreement. So it creates opportunities and problems from Singapore perspective. For instance, if I'm based in Singapore, I'm a company, I want to export goods to Japan, I have 4 options: Singapore-Japan FTA, ASEAN-Japan FTA, which includes Singapore, CPTPP, and RCEP. And all of the 4 FTA have different tariff rules and different rate for the tariff liberalization. Another important issue is dispute settlement mechanism. If I am a company, I want to sue Japan, I want to bring a complaint against Japan. Again, I have 4 options. And how could an SMB understand a very complicated issue involving 4 different complicated FTA? So that is a challenge. So I would argue that RCEP will alleviate the trade fragmentation problem, or commonly known as noodle bowl syndrome or spaghetti bowl syndrome, on a de facto basis rather than on a de jure basis. In other words, if RCEP does provide a better deal, the companies and investors will choose RCEP over existing bilateral agreement. So that's my answer to Ambassador Kim's question. Thank you.
네, 시 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Xie. You shared with us ASEAN's perspective regarding RCEP, and I think that's what you were trying to explain. So you mentioned that South-South FTA accounts for 75% of global FTA. This is the first time I heard that. That is quite a substantial amount. And you talked about the noodle bowl effect and spaghetti bowl effect. And ours will be able to sort of consolidate the FTAs in the region and alleviate the noodle bowl effect. And you also mentioned that from Japan's perspective, because Japan didn't have a lot of bilateral BTAs, especially with New Zealand, Korea, and China, because they're part of RCEP, it creates that effect of signing a bilateral effect with these countries. And Professor Hall talked about China's perspective, saying how that it's like they have a new China-Japan FTA. And so from Japan's perspective, they have an FTA with not only China, but Korea and also New Zealand. And so they didn't have bilateral FTAs with these countries, but now with the RCEP, they can enjoy the benefits of these bilateral FTAs. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of economic benefit to Japan in this aspect. And Professor Sie, one thing that I would like to highlight is that you were saying it's led by ASEAN. So RCEP is led by ASEAN, and I fully agree with what you say. As a negotiator that took part in the RCEP negotiations, I watched the whole process, and from the very beginning, of course, I was part of the negotiations, and one thing I realized was that this was being led by ASEAN. So I think that it was a process where we made improvements on the ASEAN Plus One FTA, and I think that is what you also highlighted in your remarks, Professor Sie. A lot of people think that CPTPP took effect in 2018, and then RCEP was signed in 2020. So people think that CPTPP, of course, U.S. left CPTPP, but CPTPP is led by the United States and RCEP is led by China. So they think CPTPP and RCEP sort of reflect the rivalry between China and U.S., and that's the perception. But I think Professor Sie is clearly pointed out that is not the case. RCEP is not a regional trade bloc led by China, but it is actually a trade initiative led by ASEAN countries. And I would also like to touch upon this point with Professor Hall later on, and I will give her an extra additional question because I want to ask her, is this, led by ASEAN or led by China? What does she think? So I'll ask you that question later on. But we still have to hear from two speakers regarding the first question, so let us proceed. So next is Professor Kim Yang-hee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Yang-hee of KNDA. Some of my comments overlap with the previous speakers, but I would like to offer my comments anyway because I believe they are important points, and I believe that it also highlights that we have a consensus on these points. First of all, I want to talk about the significance of RCEP as a regional trade agreement. It is the world's largest trade agreement, so I think that it is a unique regional economic integration from a quantitative but also a qualitative perspective. Professors talked about how RCEP consolidates 4 FTAs, but from Korea's perspective, RCEP consolidates 5 existing FTAs. And one other notable point is that the worldwide manufacturing champions are encompassed in RCEP. China, Japan, and Korea are very strong manufacturing powerhouses, and they are part of RCEP. And this is one of the biggest strengths of RCEP in my mind. And one of the most unique features of RCEP is that unlike CPTPP, RCEP is a natural trading bloc. It's an economic integration of the most prosperous East Asian region in the world, and it is a naturally sort of built trading bloc. I think that is what separates RCEP from CPTPP. So I believe that market integration was happening organically and naturally, and this sort of naturally evolved into RCEP.
From Korea's perspective, RCEP has a great significance. And now let me elaborate on what the meaning for Korea is. First is that RCEP is the first mega FTA. I think that when it comes to mega FTAs, Japan overtook Korea. Korea has many FTAs, but not many mega FTAs. So from Korea's perspective, RCEP is the first mega FTA. So in that sense, joining RCEP for Korea means that it is integrated into a vast regional market. And as you know, due to the COVID-19 crisis, the global economy has shrunk. And joining RCEP at this time, I think, offers great potential for the Korean economy. And secondly, RCEP is a de facto Korea-Japan FTA, and of course, this comes with advantages and disadvantages. As you know, Seoul and Tokyo suspended the FTA negotiations in 2004, largely due to the highly competitive relationship between the industries of the two economies. For instance, when it comes to automobiles and other products, the two countries have a highly competitive relationship, and the situation remains almost unchanged today. And so through RCEP, Korea has actually signed a de facto FTA with Japan through RCEP. It also means that through RCEP, Korea will be able to enjoy reduced prices of intermediate and capital goods that Korea needs to import from Japan for its own exports. And also, Korea has enjoyed a comparative advantage in the Chinese market over Japan. And however, due to RCEP, Korea's comparative advantage in the Chinese market will diminish. So this may be one of the disadvantages of RCEP being a de facto Korea-Japan FTA. And for Korea, ASEAN can become a closer market, and this falls in line with the current government's new Southern policy. RCEP offers an opportunity for Korea to forge closer relations with ASEAN countries. So RCEP falls in line with the new Southern policy, and it could serve as a driving engine to further the new Southern policy. But I would like to mention that it will not be easy to form a relationship with ASEAN because ASEAN countries have very strong existing ties with China and Japan. And ASEAN countries may differentiate Korea from China and Japan. And having to forge better, stronger relations with ASEAN countries against this backdrop will prove to be an important challenge for Korea. Actually, can I add one more thing? And the moderator talked about whether RCEP was led by ASEAN or led by China. And I would also like to offer my comments on this topic later on. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim Yang-hee. She talked about the implications for RCEP for Korea, and she touched upon how it encompasses manufacturing powerhouses of the world. And she also pointed out how RCEP was sort of evolved from a naturally built value chain and a naturally built economic bloc. And she also talked about how RCEP is a de facto FTA with China and Japan. Korea has a pre-existing FTA with China, but it did not have an FTA with Japan. And Korea, therefore, enjoyed an advantage over Japan in the Chinese market. But she talked about how that advantage may be diminished or may be at risk due to RCEP. That also encompasses Japan. So I thought that was an interesting point from the Korean perspective. Lastly, I would like to invite Professor Shinoda, but before we do, I have an additional question for him.
So I think there's already a lot of questions regarding Japan, even though you haven't began your presentation. And Professor Hall talked about how RCEP was like China's first FTA with Japan. And from Japan's perspective, they have now new FTAs with China and New Zealand, countries that they did not have FTAs with before. And Professor Kim just talked about how RCEP created a situation where Korea's competitiveness might go down a little bit. And so it seems that there is a lot of benefits to Japan because of RCEP. And if I could add one more point, we talked about mega FTAs, and Professor Kim mentioned that RCEP is the first mega FTA that Korea is joining, and how Japan is actually very much a leader in this area. Japan is already part of CPTPP. Japan is part of RCEP. You have the Japan-EU FTA. So it seems that Japan is taking part in mega FTAs that covers all continents. So it is a pillar in these mega FTAs. And so how does Japan view its position in these mega FTAs? If you could talk about these points. So Professor Shinoda, if you are ready, we would like to ask you to share with us your thoughts.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kunihiko Shinoda of the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. And it is a great honor for me to participate in the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum 2021. And I was involved in the RCEP negotiations in the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry from 2017 to 2019. And first of all, I'd like to touch upon significance of the RCEP. So I'd like to share my presentation material with you just a moment. Can you see my presentation document on the screen? Okay, thank you very much. And RCEP is an economic partnership agreement for a region that accounts for about 30% of the world's GDP, total trade, and population, and is a huge regional economic integration that surpasses NAFTA, EU, and CPTPP in these indicators. And since the 1980s, East Asia, led by ASEAN, has seen the expansion of industrial supply chains due to the growth of foreign direct investment. And de facto regional economic integration has taken precedence. To support this trend, the de jure regional economic integration has also developed, including the AFTA, ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, the ASEAN Plus One FTA, and the RCEP, which is a network of these FTAs. And RCEP will contribute to further streamlining and revitalizing the region's expansive supply chain and a unified set of trade rules. The RCEP also establishes free and fair economic rules in the region by regulating a wide range of areas, such as intellectual property and electronic commerce among various countries at different stages of development and with different systems. As more and more countries take protectionist measures in the midst of the US-China confrontation and pandemic, the realization of the RCEP led by ASEAN will be of great significance in promoting the liberalization and facilitation of trade and investment in the region. The trade between Japan and RCEP participating countries accounts for about 50% of Japan's trade with the rest of the world. So concluding the RCEP, we have significant economic benefits for Japan. In particular, in relation to China and Korea, Japan has concluded its first FTA with these countries through RCEP. And trade with both countries accounts for 27% of Japan's trade with the rest of the world. And this brings the share of FTA signatory and effective partners in Japan's trade value to about 80%. And as for the percentage of duty-free products to Japan, China's share has risen from 8% to 86%, and Korea's from 19% to 92%, showing the greatest benefits of trade liberalization. And new effects of termination and reaction are expected for, firstly, exports to ASEAN of products assembled in Japan from materials originating in China and Korea. And the second, exports to ASEAN of products assembled from materials originating in Japan by Japanese companies operating in China and Korea. And in the future, it is necessary to accelerate negotiations to realize a comprehensive and high-quality CJK FTA with unique value and while building on RCEP. And RCEP is also beneficial to ASEAN as it establishes a framework for ASEAN-centered broad-based economic integration underpinned by the ASEAN Plus One FTAs that ASEAN has built with each of the ASEAN dialogue countries. So we'd like to pay respect for the ASEAN centrality in formulating mega FTA centered on ASEAN. And the RCEP agreement improves the level of liberalization and rules compared to the existing ASEAN Plus One FTA, and also includes special considerations for ASEAN's least developing countries in such areas as the transitional measures for liberalization and redevelopment. And thank you very much.
네, 신호다 교수님 감사합니다.
So thank you very much, Professor Shinoda. I think you shared a very interesting statistics with us. So China, Korea, New Zealand, these are countries that Japan is signing a new FTA with through RCEP. And so I think you've also shown us that China and Japan through RCEP can also export products to these countries. And so if you look at China, if they didn't have RCEP, they only had 8% of products that they could export that was duty-free, but now it increases to 86%. So from China's perspective. And then from Korea's perspective, when they didn't have RCEP, only 19% of items could be exported to Japan duty-free. But now with the RCEP in place, it has increased to 92%. So it seems that a majority of the items or products could be exported to Japan duty-free. So I think you pointed out how mutually benefiting RCEP is. And you also talked about the importance of CJK FTA. And I think with CJK FTA, Professor Hall would also have some thoughts to share as well. And Professor Shinoda, also one of the things that you mentioned, it seems that with the signing of RCEP, We talk about the regional value chain and also RVC. So the de facto economic integration, it seems that through RCEP, under the leadership of ASEAN, has now transitioned to a de jure economic integration. And I think this is something that Professor Kim also talked about. It is in line with what she said. So we just heard from the four panelists about the meaning of RCEP and the perspective of RCEP from their own region, from their own countries. And I think we will move on to the second question.
Here is the second question. It seems that there are mixed reviews regarding the RCEP agreement text. When it was announced that RCEP was signed, we saw many media outlets and other countries not part of RCEP form a general consensus that RCEP is not a high-level comprehensive FTA. RCEP is like other FTAs. It contains chapters on trade and service and goods and investment and trade rules. So I would like to ask our panelists their thoughts on the content of RCEP. What is missing from this agreement? And as I mentioned earlier, I would also like to ask our panelists what they think the strengths and weaknesses of RCEP are. We will begin with Professor Xie. He will be followed by Professor Kim Yang-hee. And then we will hear from Professor Shinoda and Professor Ha-min. So Professor Xie, you can go first.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kim. With respect to the second question, and I will first address an important issue that Ambassador Kim alluded to. So a lot of people compare RCEP to CPTPP and argue that RCEP is not as sophisticated, as high level as CPTPP, so it's a shallow FTA, not very useful. And I disagree with this argument. And it's true that if we compare the two FTA, CPTPP is more comprehensive because RCEP has 20 chapters, CPTPP has 30 chapters. And more importantly, if you compare the two FTA, it's very easy to notice that major CPTPP areas are not included in the RCEP. And these areas include provisions on state-owned enterprises, labor, environment protection, anti-corruption issues. So these are so-called value-based provisions from the European perspective. As well as investor state dispute settlement, ISDS. And I would argue that it's true that RCEP is not as high level as CPTPP, but the strength of the RCEP is that it actually provides an opportunity for developing countries to accede to mega FTA. And the RCEP is a good opportunity for them, particularly because RCEP focuses on development and special and differential treatment, SDT, which is key to developing country. So now let me move on to the specific content and the text of the RCEP. First, tariff rules. Tariff liberalization is probably the most important issue when we talk about FTA. The rate of tariff liberalization under ASEAN Plus One FTA range from 92 to 95%, and RCEP is no exception. So RCEP is largely in line with a current ASEAN Plus One FTA. However, we should note that RCEP includes significant exclusion and extended phase-in periods. For example, duties will remain in place for 39% of ASEAN's food exports. And Japan is also a very interesting case because Japan excluded a lot of agricultural product from liberalization, such as beef, dairy, sugar, pork, rice, wheat. So it's not as comprehensive as CPTPP in terms of tariff liberalization on agricultural goods. And more importantly, if we look at tariff commitment, we should know that RCEP include 20-year phase-in period for many products. So in ASEAN Plus One FTA, they usually include longer phase-in periods for so-called CLMV country, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam. But under the ASEAN, almost every country has very long phase-in periods for quite a lot of products. For example, a lot of auto companies have great hope for the RCEP because they want to export cars to the Chinese market. But if we look at China's commitment, China entered EU for imported vehicles. In other words, China will continue and remain its 25% tariff on imported vehicles. So RCEP will not change that. For auto parts, China's tariff on auto parts will only reach zero in the 16th year. So the impact will not be seen immediately. However, on the other hand, I would also argue that for one important issue, RCEP will be very significant. That is the harmonization of rules of origin. Most FTA follow CTC change in tariff classification and RVC regional value content rule. And RCEP also follow these two important rules and set the RVC threshold at 40%. In other words, you can still use materials from non-RCEP country up to 60%. And this is very liberal compared to so-called Western FTA, such as USMCA. So for the 40% rule, you can use any material from any RCEP country. And this is very significant. It will largely consolidate the regional supply chain. And more importantly, from the trade facilitation perspective, this is very important because currently different ASEAN FTA have different certificate of origin. For example, the internal ASEAN FTA, known as ATICA, use Form D, and that is the certificate of origin. And for the ASEAN Korea FTA, exporters have to use Form AK to prove rules of origin. So now RCEP require only one set of certificate of origin, and that can save a lot of problem for exporters. In terms of services, RCEP adopted a hybrid approach. 8 countries, RCEP members, adopted a positive list for service schedules, whereas 7 countries, such as Korea, adopted a more progressive negative list approach. But for countries that adopted a positive list approach, that is a WTO approach, and they are required to switch to the more progressive negative list approach in 6 years. But more time will be accorded to Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar. Another very important issue is ISDS, and this is a very important issue to many lawyers concerning investment protection. So there is a trend that find the countries and scholars find ISDS very annoying. One of the reasons is that ISDS create so-called regulatory chill because governments are very concerned about their public policy measures because they may be sued by multinational companies. So there's a new trend now. If we look at new agreements such as ASEAN-Hong Kong Investment Agreement and UK-Japan FTA, and these agreements do not have ISDS. So RCEP follow the trend, and under the work program, the RCEP parties will consider these issues in 2 years after RCEP become effective. And this is a drastic change from negotiations perspective, because in 2015, RCEP members actually plan to include ISDS. The fundamental change occurred in 2017 when New Zealand government decided to not to include any ISDS in a free trade agreement. So the RCEP has no ISDS, but it doesn't mean that you have no mechanism to solve investor-state disputes, because the investor can still use state-to-state dispute settlement mechanism, and the investor can also continue to use current ISDS under existing ASEAN Plus One FTA. So in terms of a government procurement, RCEP is also very important, because now only 5 RCEP members are parties to the WTO agreement on government procurement. And RCEP include rules on transparency and cooperation in terms of public procurement rules. But we should also note that RCEP does not include government procurement commitment. And so that is the major weakness. And also government procurement chapter is not subject to dispute settlement mechanism. Digital trade is another very important issue because of COVID-19, the lockdown measures or safe distancing rules, more people like to shop online. So there is a 70% increase in e-commerce orders in the Asia Pacific. And RCEP addressed 2 important rules in e-commerce: data, the prohibition of data localization, and barriers to the cross-border transfer of data. So it just looked like TPP. But if we look closely, we will find out RCEP actually create vast policy space by including self-judging exception. In other words, based on legitimate public policy objective or essential security interests, the government can depart from the rules. And the government can decide whether or not the public policy objective is legitimate, or whether the security interests are essential. Another important issues relate to dispute settlement mechanism. So WTO and RCEP both have dispute settlement mechanism, but under WTO law, WTO jurisdiction will not be affected by other FTAs such as RCEP. But the situation can be even more complicated, because within RCEP, there are actually many trade and investment agreement, and they all have dispute settlement mechanisms. Under international law, we have a very important rule known as later in time rule, meaning that the subsequent agreement would prevail over the previous rule. But in practice, it doesn't work. The reason is that all the agreement have a different scope of their dispute settlement mechanism, and they all have different exceptions. And another important issue is the establishment of RCEP Secretariat, and this is in the RCEP text. And this will be a milestone in new Asian regionalism. So compared with the TPP, which only plan to establish a commission without a standing secretariat. So, and after RCEP's entry into force requires 6 of ASEAN members and 3 of ASEAN Plus One partners. As of now, we have 4 countries that have ratified the RCEP. So we still need other members to ratify in order for the RCEP to become effective. And the RCEP in the future will be open for accession by any state or separate custom territory. So this is very important to realize the apex goal of FTAAP. So I include additional analysis regarding the rules and RCEP in my new book, but I should stop here. Well, thank you very much.
네, 시혜 교수님, 상세한 설명.
So thank you very much for that very detailed explanation. So one thing I would like to highlight is that in the case of RCEP, some people say that it is not comprehensive enough and that the level of liberalization is low. And this has been pointed out as the limitations. But like you mentioned, I think it provided opportunity for more developing countries to take part in this trade agreements. So I think that is a positive aspect of RCEP, and I agree with what you said. As you mentioned, for e-commerce, in WTO, they don't have any rules regarding e-commerce. And so in all FTAs, e-commerce is regulated by two parties. So with RCEP, we now have e-commerce rules that applies to 15 countries. So I think this is quite meaningful in this age of digitalization. And the free movement of data across borders. And as you mentioned, with regard to data localization, there is prohibition. So I think that having this single sort of integrated rule for all the countries in RCEP is quite meaningful. So in that aspect, I think you cannot say that RCEP is a non-comprehensive, low-level trade agreement. I don't think that is right. So I really agree with what you say. Because we're running out of time, I'm going to turn the floor to Professor Kim. So I gave each speaker 6 minutes. So if you could maybe speak only for 5 minutes, that would be appreciated.
Thank you very much, Professor Xie. I think that we are completely on the same page. I would like to thank you for your detailed comments, and I would like to compliment your comments. In Korea, many people compare RCEP with CPTPP, and they say that RCEP is not comprehensive. But I think we need to separate an ideal situation with reality. I think ideally, CPTPP is the more comprehensive agreement, but we need to think about the purpose of these trade agreements and who they serve. This is what I would like to highlight. Of course, a high-level agreement is nice, but it doesn't solve everything. I think at the very least, I think trade agreements need to serve the vulnerable in the region, in the country. It needs to touch upon issues of inequality. Trade agreements need to be able to serve the purpose of bettering the quality of life for all people. Of course, compared to CPTPP, RCEP is of a lower level. But when compared to ASEAN Plus One FTAs, generally speaking, I think that RCEP is better. But what is disappointing is that Korea, China, Japan did not make enough concessions when it comes to trade in goods. I think we could have had a better deal in terms of trading goods. I think one of the most notable achievements of RCEP is the integrated rules of origin. If you look at the service chapter and the investment chapter, there were many achievements. In the case of China, for the first time, China added 22 to the 100 liberalization sectors committed in the WTO, and it went beyond WTO commitments in 37 areas. I think this is a notable achievement. And one of the notable features or significant feature of RCEP, I think, is the RVC. Especially with RCEP, there is a strong presence of China in the RVC. I believe that the negotiations were led by ASEAN, but I think that when it comes to RVC, China leads in RCEP. And the strengths and weaknesses of RCEP is what I would like to talk about next. I think the RVC of RCEP is a naturally originating RVC. This naturally originating RVC was integrated institutionally, and I believe that in that sense, RCEP will enhance the efficiency of RVC in the region. But it also has a weakness.
And that weakness is the strong presence of China. So I believe that Korea and other countries might have to deal with an excessively strong presence of China in the RVC. And I think this is something that China needs to be aware of and keep note of. And RCEP centers around RVC, but the RVC of RCEP is not closed. The RVC of RCEP is closely interconnected, and this is something that we need to keep in mind. So, the ROO of RCEP, I believe the 40% rule of RCV within RCEP is a very positive feature. So RCEP needs to be more open, and it needs to become a mechanism that connects RCEP countries to other markets and other trading blocks. So openness needs to continue to be a key principle for RCEP. One of the key risks of RCEP, or the key weakness of RCEP, is, I believe, also its strength. I think RCEP is very unique, is the economic integration between strategic competitors. I think this is its strength and its weakness. RCEP was negotiated for 8 years, and it took that long because this is an agreement between strategic competitors. For instance, if you look at China and Japan, they are competitive, and Japan and Australia, or rather China and Australia, have experienced their own conflict. And I think that in the history of economic integration, RCEP is unprecedented in that it encompasses all these strategic competitors. And what is most encouraging is that China and Japan have already ratified RCEP, and this is one of the most welcome piece of news, and I think this is a very positive sign for the future of RCEP. So one of the biggest challenges for RCEP, I believe, will be to alleviate conflict between the strategic competitors within the RCEP framework. That will be the biggest potential challenge for RCEP. And one of the last weaknesses that can be turned into a strength is the disparity between the member countries. If you look at the income level, the technology level, there is a great disparity among RCEP countries. So this can be a weakness, but at the same time, it can be turned into a strength. It took 8 years, but RCEP has been signed. And the reason why it took so long is also because of the different levels of income and technology among the countries. And if you look at each of the countries, each have different relations and position in terms of security and politics. The fact that we have overcome all of this and signed the RCEP, I think, is something that we need to be happy about. Professor Xie and Professor Kim touched upon the level of RCEP and the scope of RCEP. Both professors mentioned how it embraces developing countries. And they noticed or touched upon how RCEP deals with how developing countries have largely been left out in trade agreements. When I worked earlier, we talked a lot about inclusiveness. So RCEP, the focus of RCEP was inclusiveness. And so the point was to have a lower level free trade agreement that had a larger inclusiveness that could encompass more developing countries. And the goal was to build upon a lower level deal and build it gradually into a higher level while encompassing developing countries. Professor Kim also mentioned how RCEP is a trade deal that brings together strategic competitors in the global community. And because we are focused on an economic topic, perhaps it is not appropriate to go so deep into these competitive relations. But it is true that China and Japan have a strategically competitive relationship, and Australia and China also had its disputes and conflicts. But the fact that all of this was overcome to sign RCEP, I think, leaves a good precedent in the history of economic integration. And it can prove to be a good precedent in this sense. And next, I would like to invite our professor from Japan.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Kim. And I'd like to pick up some important items of the market access and rulemaking. Just a moment. And regarding rules of origin, which differ among ASEAN plus one FTAs, RCEP stipulates uniform rules of origin. The RCEP also allows for flexibility in rules of origin, such as the accumulation of value added among multiple countries and the choice between regional value content criteria and change in tariff classification criteria. And some countries adopted a negative list in the area of trade in services, with other countries moving from the positive list to the negative list after a certain period of time. And in the investment chapter, the principle of granting national treatment and most favored nation, MFN treatment, at the pre-establishment stage was allowed based on the negative list. And the prohibition of performance requirement, such as technology transfer requirements and loyalty restriction, is included. And the ISDS provisions, on the other hand, are not included at this time. And discussions are to begin with in 2 years on the ISDS after the agreement enters into force. And in the Indo-Pacific region, which is becoming increasingly service-oriented and digitalized, RCEP has contributed to the establishment of a free and fair trade regime by establishing solid rules in areas such as e-commerce and intellectual property. In the area of the intellectual property, it provides for ex officio injunctions against counterfeit goods and authority to dispose of them, and malicious trademarks, etc. And in the area of the e-commerce, it provides for data free flow and prohibition of data localization requirements. And in the area of trade facilitation, numerical targets have been set, such as allowing goods to clear customs within 48 hours whenever possible, and less than 6 hours for express shipments. Now, I'd like to move on to the strengths and weakness of the RCEP. And as for the strengths, RCEP established free and fair economic rules in the region by stipulating a wide range of areas, such as intellectual property and electronic commerce, and served as a starting point for the participation of developing countries, such as ASEAN, in the future international rulemaking. And the unification of rules of origin within the region has eliminated the spaghetti ball effect of FTAs and made it possible for companies to reduce their administrative costs related to trade. And the RCEP ministerial meeting is held every year in principle, and the RCEP Secretariat and RCEP Joint Committee have been established to ensure the steady implementation of the agreement by the RCEP parties. And as for the weakness, the RCEP's tariff elimination rate is a lower level of liberalization compared to other mega FTAs such as the CPTPP and the Japan-EU EPA. And also, chapters such as environment, labor, state-owned enterprises, and regulatory coherence, which are stipulated in the TPP, are absent in the RCEP. Thank you very much.
네, 신호다 교수님.
So thank you very much, Professor Shinoda, for your presentation. So you talked about the strength of RCEP, and of course that I think is having unified rules of origin. And then for service and investment, ISDS is not included, but for some countries, they have adopted negative list, and for investment, all countries have adopted the negative list, and also we have the principle of granting national treatment and most favored nation treatment at the pre-establishment stage, and so I think that these have actually contributed to improving rules regarding investment. So last but not least, I would like to turn the floor to Professor Hall.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. I think in terms of the rules, Professor Xie, Professor Kim, and Professor Shinoda has talked almost all the chapters. I wanted to add up two things. First of all, I think the freer trade, which comes to the chapters.
허 교수님 들리세요?
Professor Hall, can you hear us? Professor Hall, can you hear us?
허민 교수님.
Professor Hall?
네, 지금 허민 교수님 발표 중에
Professor Hall was speaking, and I think we are experiencing technical difficulties.
허민 교수님께서 말씀하신 내용은 RCEP의 내용에 관한 부분.
She was going to comment about the contents of RCEP, and she was going to share the strengths and weaknesses of RCEP as seen by China. We are having technical difficulties, and we do not have a lot of time, so we will move on and come back to her later. So we will move on to the third question. The third question of this session is the final question. And I think it wraps up our discussion today. We talked about the significance of RCEP and the content of RCEP. And now I would like to ask about the future direction of RCEP. RCEP was signed in 2020. It has yet to take effect, but it follows a trend that began with ASEAN Plus One, and it will evolve later on. So I think we agree that this is sort of an evolving process. So against that backdrop, I would like to talk about what is the future direction of RCEP, and I would also like our panelists for their advice or proposals regarding how we can further develop RCEP. I would like to give our panelists 2 to 3 minutes. I don't think I have time to give each of you 6 minutes, so please, I will give you 2 to 3 minutes, and Dr. Kim will begin answering the question, and she will be followed by Professor Shinoda, Professor Hall, and Professor Xie. With the relationship between RCEP and CPTPP, a lot of people think that the coexistence of these two trade agreements will lead to fragmentation. But I do not think that we need to be concerned because they are not two polar opposites. One simply is a higher level agreement, and I think that if we continue to upgrade RCEP to a higher level, we can alleviate those concerns. Based on my experience, if I were to propose a way forward, I would have to say that RCEP has a strength because it began from a natural trading block. So this is a opportunity. So we have to think about how we can maximize that advantage. At the same time, there is a geopolitical risk of RCEP. As I mentioned earlier, there is a great disparity in many dimensions among the member countries. Also, there are risks that comes with the fact that this is a trade agreement among many strategic competitors. So I think we need to maximize the geo-economic opportunities while trying to minimize the geopolitical risks. Also, we need to establish rules that can prevent an excessive representation of China in the RVC to promote equal growth. And we also need to continue to pursue open regionalism as well. And we also need to recognize the importance of China as a market. This means that member countries that compete in the Chinese market must remember that Chinese have to provide a level playing field for these players in their market. And even from China's perspective, because it wants to join CPTPP, domestically, this will be an important issue. So creating a level playing field in the Chinese market will serve RCEP members, but it will also be beneficial for China as it seeks to later join CPTPP, which is a higher level agreement. And we also need to further integrate the market in a more transparent way. So we need a more transparent and predictable integration. And in order for us to do that, we need to build a rules-based governance. And so in order to do that, we have to be clear in defining the roles and responsibility of RCEP Secretariat. And one of the key risks that can be turned into a strength is the disparity. If we manage this well, RCEP can become an arrangement like WTO. So one of the most notable features of RCEP, as I mentioned earlier, is the economic integration between the strategic competitors. And if managed well, it can serve as a very important economic integration model. In order for us to turn this weakness into strength, I think we need the region's collective intelligence and diplomatic capacity. Thank you very much. She talked about how we need to maximize geo-economic opportunities while minimizing geopolitical risks. I think that you have mentioned and highlighted this point. And you also talked about how we need to alleviate disparity and continue to pursue open regionalism. You also talked about how we need to prevent an over-excessive representation of China that could undermine a level playing field. You also touched upon how China's openness and China's efforts are needed in order to ensure a level playing field. Professor Hall, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Professor Hall, can you hear me? We had some technical difficulties, so I would like to go back to you. And I would like you to assess the RCEP content and also talk about the strengths and weaknesses of RCEP.
해주시기 바랍니다.
Thank you. Sorry for just now. I would like to continue about just now, and I was talking about the freer trade with tariff zero chapters. That's just Professor Xie Shinoda all mentioned. I think that's one perspective. Another one is not only the tariff, but also like the rules of origin and also customs and the trade facilitation, SPS, TPT. These issues in the test, all parties agree to establish unify the standards of the goods and the services in this domain. So I think all these two aspects come to this Asia Pacific region. I mean, in ASEP will form a free and unified market. That's very important in this region, especially once we are a free and unified market, then from economic review, the complementary advantage among the members will be further developed. The factor flow and resource allocation will be more free and efficient. And also the regional industrial chain, supply chain, and the value chain will be more stable, especially in this post-COVID era, and also the degree and of the integration and resilience will be correspondingly enhanced. And also the regional industrial layout will be more reasonable, and the coordinated and balanced development of economy will be correspondingly enhanced. That's one point I wanted to add. And another one for the new rules, I would like to say there is a big potential in regional e-commerce. So just like Professor Xie have mentioned, that it will be 70% of growth in Asia Pacific in region about the e-commerce. Take China as an example. So China's cross-border e-commerce began in 2014, and the retail volume of cross-border e-commerce increased by more than 50% every year. So by the end of 2019, the total cross-border e-commerce B2C transaction volume was 170 billion RMB. And this only accounts for less than 1% of China's total trade volume. I think there is a lot of room, especially in this post-COVID era, to develop the e-commerce or have joint effort in this effort in this chapter or in this issue. And I also talk about the strengths and the weakness. I also agree with just Ambassador Kim said, and the inclusiveness of the RCEP. I think this is the biggest strength of RCEP. It's not that high standard of free trade agreement, so it will be more suitable and attractive to developing countries. So compared with CPTPP, so just like Professor Xie said, RCEP doesn't include chapters such as state-owned enterprises, like investor-state dispute settlement provisions. So the developing countries would have less worry about the more freer, the negative shock, external shock to its domestic economy once joined the RCEP. So enjoy the welfare of the free trade. Meanwhile, promote domestic reform to some extent, as new issues such as e-commerce and the small and medium-sized enterprises are reflected in RCEP. So therefore, RCEP would be attractive to countries in even more wider, region, or Asia region, including like India, Pakistan, Mongolia, North Korea, and even like Central and Eastern European countries, Latin American countries, Pacific Island countries, as it will not be too much pressure for them to join in. But it is also the weakness of the RCEP. I mean, from the rules, just we talked, it's kind of lower level FTA rules. So it will face the problem of upgrading. So just like Professor Kim mentioned, there are a long transition period for the countries for zero tariff reductions for some products would last like 10 years, even 21 years, like decades more to achieve zero tariff. However, the world trade is developing rapidly, and some ASEP countries are already members of the CPTPP, which have entered into force. China also submitted its formal application to join the CPTPP on September 16 and began to promote domestic reforms, benchmarking the CPTPP to the highest standards. So ASEP may face the problem of upgrading even before the transition period is completed. And another thing I think is that also professors have mentioned about the procedure uncertainty to enter into force about the RCEP because of the Sino-US competition and uncertainties for RCEP to take effect because Australia and New Zealand, including South Korea and some ASEAN countries which are the members of CPTPP, will be probably the key countries affecting the entry into force of RCEP in the coming months. Thank you, Ambassador.
네, 허민 교수님 감사합니다. 역시
Thank you very much. She touched upon how RCEP has inclusiveness as its greatest strength. And one thing that was interesting to me was that because of this inclusiveness, RCEP may be attractive to other developing countries in the region, such as Pakistan, North Korea, Mongolia, and even India, although it withdrew from the negotiations in the latter stage. I think that that point was very significant and interesting. And relatedly, I have one more additional question for Professor He. There was a question in the chat room on YouTube. Let me relay that question. Recently, joining RCEP or CPTPP has become an issue of conflict between China and Taiwan. If Taiwan were to join RCEP or CPTPP, or if the U.S. were to encourage or support Taiwan to join either RCEP or CPTPP, it seems likely that Sino-U.S. conflict will grow. So CPTPP is not the subject at hand, but if Pakistan, North Korea, Mongolia are accepted to RCEP, would Taiwan be able to join RCEP? So that is the question for you.
허민 교수님.
Professor He?
Oh, that's a hard question for me. Tough one. For me, I think in this region, to join in this CPTPP, the regional economic integration with higher standard, it will be beneficial to China, including Taiwan as a part of China. So as China has already shown and submitted its formal application to join the CPTPP, I think from my personal perspective, and as a part of China, together to join the CPTPP will probably be the trend. I think we all join in this higher standard, open up free trade agreement from economic review. I think it will be beneficial to all, even to, other region. The other members in this region. That's my point. I will stop here.
네, 허미 교수님 감사합니다. 굉장히 tough question이라고 말씀하셨는데요.
You said that it was a very tough question,
저희가 이해를 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
and we understand your point.
대만이 중국의 일부이다라는 원칙을 훼손하지 않는 이상.
So I believe you said that as long as Taiwan is a part of China, then it would be beneficial for other member countries for China and Taiwan to join. As when APEC was launched in 1994, China, Taiwan, and Hong Kong joined together, and so there is historical precedence. So for Korea, I think we would welcome North Korea joining RCEP. So I think this shows the potential of RCEP in contributing to peace, even peace in the Northeast Asian region. We do not have a lot of time left, so let's return to the third question. The third question was about the future direction of RCEP and any ideas and suggestions and proposals to that end. We have heard from Professor Kim Yang-hee already, so I would like to ask for the advice and proposals of other professors regarding the future direction of RCEP. So I can give each of our professors 1 minute for their response. Professor Shinoda?
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. And the RCEP with India's participation is important from the perspective of realizing a free and open Indo-Pacific and expanding and strengthening a supply chain between India and ASEAN, Northeast Asia, and the Pacific. If India's return to the RCEP is difficult in the short term, efforts should be made to involve India in the East Asian supply chain through industrial cooperation with India. And in the future, the possibility of a higher level of liberalization and new development, like the CPTPP, should be explored during the RCEP review negotiations. And RCEP signatory countries that meet the high standard of liberalization and rules should be considered joining the CPTPP. And in the short term, the domestic process should be accelerated in order to bring the RCEP into force by early January 2022, stated in the joint statement of the ASEAN Plus 3 Economic Ministers meeting. And it is necessary to formulate strategies to improve the access of SMEs to global value chains. Based on such strategies, dissemination and awareness-raising activities should be promoted through economic organizations so that as many companies as possible can take advantage of RCEP after it comes into effect. I also hope that the RCEP will develop into a platform for dialogue and cooperation in the regional trade and economic fields in the future. For example, capacity building efforts should be promoted to ensure the implementation of the RCEP in some developing countries in ASEAN. And finally, countries should work together to further improve the quality of the agreement and bring it as close as possible to the standard of the liberalization and international rulemaking set by the CPTPP in the general review process scheduled to take place every 5 years after the agreement enters into force. Thank you very much.
네, 신호다 교수님 감사합니다. 우선 RCEP의 향후 발전 방향과 관련해서
Talked about the future direction of RCEP and also how RCEP can create free and open trade. And you talked about the importance of India joining RCEP, and there's going to be a lot of general review negotiations, and we should use those opportunities to increase the level of RCEP. And you also talked about how we should use RCEP to help the developing countries. And you also mentioned that we should also try to upgrade RCEP so that it is more in line with the level that we see at CPTPP. And I think that your comments also actually answered some of the questions that we got online through the YouTube channel. So one of the questions, questions were asked, and RCEP should also cooperate with other trading blocs, and which sort of trading blocs should they cooperate with was one question. And you talked about how we should continue to work so that our level of RCEP is in line with CPTPP. And from my perspective, I think first of all, RCEP and CPTPP, there's a lot of countries that have actually joined both trade agreements. So you can not really say that there are two separate, different trading blocs. They're very close neighbors. If I could answer this question, I think that you have EU, USMCA, you do have other trading blocs, but I think that RCEP will have to work closely with CPTPP. And we are almost out of time. So Professor Hall, I would like to ask you a question. What do you think is the way to further develop RCEP? So what sort of advice would you give? Professor Hall?
Thank you, Ambassador. So, for the RCEP, I think both RCEP and CPTPP, first of all, uphold APEC's idea of open regionalism and welcome countries from both inside and outside the region to join in. So, for an economic integration arrangement, the more members it has and the larger its scale, the greater its trade liberalization welfare will be. Therefore, so I think we, just like I said, because RCEP is more attractive or suitable for developing countries. So first of all, after the enter into force, to invite more countries will be first one. And the second one, of course, the upgrading, just like I said, also one of the weakness of RCEP. And another thing I wanted to emphasize is that just like we talked before, under RCEP framework, one of the most important feature is to establish a free trade agreement among China, Japan, and South Korea at the regional level. So under this RCEP framework, further attempts can be made to promote the negotiation of CGT, FTA negotiation. I think to promote in the future. And to promote the industrial connection among China, Japan, and South Korea to optimize the construction of regional value chain under the RCEP framework. For example, just now, Professor Xie talked about the zero tariff in like the auto parts, the automobile and the machinery components of these chapters. So we will have more tariff, zero tariff chapters and tariff lies. So in this automobile and other machinery industries, we can build the regional value chain integration, and also agricultural products is also because of the zero tariff free arrangements in the chapter. So we can have more cooperations in agricultural products regional value chain. And then another feature is to further, I have emphasized that. Just first one, to promote the negotiation of CGT, FTA. Second one, to further promote regional supply and the value chains within East Asia. Thank you.
네, 허민 교수님 감사합니다. RCEP과 CPTPP 모두 궁극적인 목표를 위한 아시아 태평양 지역의
You talked about how RCEP and CPTPP both uphold APEC's idea of open regionalism and how it can serve to build a broader free trade zone. And you also talked about how Korea, China, and Japan can make further efforts under the RCEP framework. We have a question from Abraham Han related to this. And the question is that do we need a separate Korea, China, Japan FTA when the RCEP is a de facto tripartite agreement? And I think you just mentioned that those efforts need to be made to further integrate the RVC. Professor Shinoda mentioned how the liberalization rate in terms of goods is 80 to 90%. And we believe that in order to increase the liberalization rate, an FTA between Korea, China, Japan is needed apart from the RCEP. And I think our speakers from Korea, China, and Japan seem to agree that a separate Korea, China, Japan FTA is needed under the RCEP framework. And so, Professor Xie, now I would like to invite you for your comments and ideas on how to further develop RCEP.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kim. So let me provide some additional thoughts about the future of RCEP. And of course, the first important issue is the enlargement of the RCEP. Currently, Hong Kong and Bangladesh have indicated their intention to join the RCEP. And it's easy for Hong Kong because Hong Kong already signed trade and investment agreement with ASEAN. So it's an ASEAN plus one FTA. It's harder for Bangladesh because of its development stage. India, I think it's very unlikely that India will join the RCEP in the future, largely because of the trade deficit with China. As you mentioned, so far, in addition to United Kingdom, China and Taiwan have applied to join the CPTPP. And as Ambassador Kim alluded to, under WTO and APEC, Taiwan and China are considered as separate entities for a very simple reason, because they do not and cannot control each other's trade regimes. It's very clear that Japan and Australia support Taiwan's CPTPP membership. The Taiwanese government is concerned about Malaysia and Peru, which may be influenced by Beijing. Currently, Malaysia and Peru have not ratified the CPTPP. But for this political reason, it's very unlikely that Taiwan will apply to join the RCEP. And CPTPP and RCEP, in my view, are complementary, and as what I said before, and because we need to provide different menus for different people. And here we provide different trade deals for countries with very different development stages. I also agree with Professor Kim that it's very important for us and for ASEAN members to enhance the function of RCEP Secretariat. And for one very simple reason, the RCEP Secretariat can consolidate existing development project under ASEAN Plus One FTA. And that will be hugely beneficial to developing countries in the region. Thank you very much, Ambassador Kim.
네, 시혜 교수님 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Xie. So Hong Kong and Bangladesh have also applied for accession. I did not know this. I hope that RCEP will continue to increase its membership so that it will be able to include all of the countries in our region. And the theme of our discussion was RCEP, but I think we also talked extensively about CPTPP. And as I mentioned before, there are many countries who are joining RCEP and CPTPP at the same time. So I think, we can give each other positive feedback. So as Professor Xie mentioned, so that this would help, I think, to make RCEP and CPTPP to be more complementary. And at the end of the day, I think this will help to create a free trade zone here in the Asian region. And one thing I would also like to add is that RCEP, I'm sure you all agree, is an evolving evolving process. So there is room for RCEP to continue to grow and improve in terms of its level and quality, and also in terms of its scope of application and also its membership. So RCEP is a newborn baby. It's not even gone into effect. So it took us a lot of time to reach where we are right now. So RCEP is in its initial stages. So I hope that many countries will support RCEP so that RCEP will continue to further develop. And I'm sure that all of our participants will agree on this point. So we are behind schedule, but I would like to thank our panelists for their active participation and for sharing with us their input. With this, we would like to conclude the third session. I would once again like to thank our panelists for joining us despite their very busy schedule. So thank you very much for joining us. And I think that through our discussion today, we were able to deepen our understanding about RCEP and also think about the position or the perspective of the different countries in the region. So it was a good opportunity to take stock of what has been happening with regard to RCEP. So I hope that next year we will be able to have face-to-face meetings because I'm really hoping that the COVID situation will improve. So with this, we would like to conclude the third session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Kim. Now we wrap up the morning session. Please come back at 2 p.m. for the last session of the forum, which is a special session in collaboration with the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport of the Republic of Korea. Panels will discuss on promoting human and material resource exchanges through East Asia Railway Network. I hope to meet you all again at 2 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We will now begin Session 4, a special session collaborated with the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport of the Republic of Korea. The topic of the session is Promoting Human and Material Resource Exchanges through East Asia Railway Network. Please welcome Professor Kim Yoo-eun, Dean of Graduate School of International Studies, Hanyang University, who is the moderator of the session. Professor Kim, the floor is yours.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
이번 세션의 사회를 맡게
I'm
된
the moderator of this session. As introduced, I'm Dean of the Graduate School of International Studies of Hanyang University. We will now begin the fourth session of Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum 2021. The theme of this session is Promoting Human and Material Resource Exchanges through East Asia Railway Network.
오늘 토론은 유튜브를 통해서
This session is being
되고 있고
streamed live on YouTube, and we understand that many of you are joining us online.
본격적으로 시작하기에
We will
앞서서
now
발표자와 토론자를
begin the
먼저
session,
소개하도록
and I would like to introduce the presenter and speakers of this session. To my left is the presenter of this session,
기술연구원의
Dr. Park Jong-jun. Dr. Park Jong-jun is with the Korea Railroad Research Institute. He is the head of the Northern Railway Research Center of the KRRI, and he has been carrying out research on inter-Korean railways since he joined KRRI. He is working as an expert advisor to the Ministry of Unification, and Park leads the Northern Railway Research of KRRI and develops policies and core technologies for inter-Korean railway connection. Next, I would like to introduce our speakers. On the far right is Professor An Byung-min. He is the president of the Korea Economic Cooperation Institute.
안병민 원장님께서는
He also serves as the president of the DPRK Economic Forum.
얼마 전까지
He also
한국교통연구원의
served recently as the director of DPRK Transportation Institute under the Korea Transport Institute. Currently, he is a member of the Presidential Committee on Northern Economic Cooperation and also the Policy Advisory Council to the Office of National Security, Blue House. And his expertise lies in Northeast Asian transportation and logistics. Next, allow me to introduce Dr. Kim Boram. She is working at the Department of Mongolian Studies, a foreign language school of Dankook University. Her research focuses on Mongolian economy, Korea-Mongolia economic cooperation, and participation of Korea-Mongolia in regional economic cooperation. Mongolia serves as a key part in the building and implementation of the East Asia Railroad Community, and that is why I believe we have invited her as an expert. The third speaker is Professor Gu-ho from Hanyang University. Professor Gu-ho is a professor at the Graduate School of International Studies of Hanyang University. He is also currently the director of the school's Asia-Pacific Research Center. He was awarded the Pushkin Medal from the Russian presidency, and currently he also serves as the standing commissioner of the National Unification Advisory Council, and he is a civilian member of the Presidential Committee on Northern Economic Cooperation. The fourth speaker is Dr. Hwang Jae-jun from the Sejong Institute. Dr. Hwang Jae-jun has been heading a project commissioned by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to build public-private network of Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Platform, and he was also involved in the co-planning of Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum in 2018 and 2019. His main research interests include North Korean politics, inter-Korean relations, and Northeast Asian cooperation. The last speaker I would like to introduce is Dr. Lee Jae-hoon, who is a director of the East Asia Railway Community Forum.
박사님께서는 동아시아 철도 공동체 포럼 운영이사를 맡고 계십니다.
He is, as I introduced, Executive Director of East Asian Railway Community Forum, and he worked at the Korea Transport Institute until just last year. There, he conducted research on national transportation policies, and he headed the research division for railway transportation. And with that, I have introduced the presenter and all the speakers of this session.
오늘
Now,
세미나가 어떤 순서로 진행될지에 대해서
I would like to talk about how we are going to proceed in this session.
우리는 발표를
First, we will hear the presentation, and then we will invite the speakers for their comments. After this, we will invite questions and respond to the questions from our participants. So I will be giving the presenter 25 minutes for the presentation, and each of the discussants/speakers will have 8 minutes to offer their thoughts on the presentation. And after that, we will have a Q&A session with our online participants. Our online participants can post questions on the chat room. And we will have a Q&A session for about 20 minutes. If
후보자나 발표자 중 어느 한 분을
you have any questions for the presenters or speakers, please be
적절하다고 생각하시는 분께서 대답을 해주시도록 하겠습니다.
please direct your question to a particular presenter or speaker. If you do not mind, if any of the panelists answer your question, just please post your question.
토론과 질의를 모두
And I will also be giving the presenter time about 5 minutes to make his final comments, to respond to the discussants and also the questions posed by our online participants. And with that, I would like to begin this seminar.
한국철도기술연구원의 박정준
Dr. Park Jong-jun is the presenter
공동체의 비전
of the Korea Railroad Research Institute. And the title of his presentation is East Asia Railroad Community Vision and Plans, centering on railroads. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the presenter for this session. I am Park Jong-jun of the Korea Railroad Research Institute. When they asked me to be a presenter for this session, I thought hard about what I could talk about as an engineer major in this forum where we are gathered to talk about Northeast Asia peace and cooperation. I understand that other speakers will touch upon political and diplomatical and other issues related to the East Asia Railroad community. So I would talk about the technical aspects of the project and give you a basic overview of the East Asia Railroad community. First, allow me to talk about the vision and goal for Rail Corporation. In January 2018, the Pyeongchang Olympic signaled a thawing of inter-Korean relations. This led to a series of summits between North Korea, South Korea, and DPRK and the U.S. And there were 5 inter-Korean summits since the division on the Korean Peninsula, and 3 of those summits were held after 2018. And in December of that year, the groundbreaking ceremony for the railroad and road was also held. So 2018, in that sense, was truly an era of peace. If you look at the statistics in 2017, the number of inter-Korean meetings was 0 in that year, but that increased to 36 times in 2018, and the number of people involved in inter-Korean exchange was 115 in 2017, and that jumped to 7,488 in 2018. And in terms of the railroad and road cooperation, we have carried out joint surveys on inter-Korean rail connecting sections. And The same has been done for roads as well, and we held a groundbreaking ceremony, as I mentioned earlier. And this kind of project can alleviate the risk of a national default, and it has a positive impact on the economy because it leads to an upgrade of national sovereign ratings, and it has a big domestic economic effect both in South and North Korea. And it is also a way of preparing a window of opportunity, and it is also a way to start a cycle of peace and economy and to usher in ultimately denuclearization. So through peace and economy, we can move beyond the Korean Peninsula to establish a peace and cooperation, economic and cooperation, and Northeast Asia multilateral peace community and security regime. And with the initiatives of the government, including the new Southern and Northern policy, I believe that through the rail project, we can reestablish a new order of peace in the region that can last for centuries. There are three major economic cooperation projects in Korea. Between the two Koreas. The first is the Mount Kumgang Tourism Project. The second is the Kaesong Industrial Project. The third is the railroad project. The Gyeonggi Line was an inevitable project, especially when the Kaesong Industrial Complex was running. And so it was able to accommodate 30,000 people to move to and fro from Seoul and Kaesong. And also, when at the height of the Kumgang Mountain project, the roads and railroads could accommodate almost 1 million people. The new economic initiative of the Korean Peninsula is comprised of the Pan-EC Economic Belt, the West Sea Economic Belt, and the Border Region Peace Belt. So you can see that the Pan-EC Economic Belt links the East Sea with the Far East region of Russia. And you can see that the West Sea Economic Belt links Nampo, Haeju, Siniju with Incheon. And this can be further extended to key cities in China and even beyond that to some cities in Europe. The border region peace belt encompasses the demilitarized zone and Mount Kumgang, Mount Seorak, and it involves transforming the DMZ into a peace and eco belt. In order for this economic initiative to succeed, we need to reconnect railroads and roads. The Pan-EC Economic Belt, the Donghae Line and the Pyeongnan Line links to the Siberian side, and the West Sea links to China, and the border region Peace Belt links Korea to the continental area of both China and Russia. By promoting inter-Korean economic cooperation, the Korean economy can be expanded further towards continental China and Russia. This means that it will help Korea gain a new growth engine, and it will be able to create jobs on the Korean Peninsula. Not only that, it can lead growth and change in North Korea, and it can also enhance global competitiveness of the Korean Peninsula by integrating the economies of the two Koreas. And it is a key strategy also in spreading peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula to the broader Northeast Asia region. Next, I will talk about how we can realize an East Asia railroad community through the connection of railroads. In 2018, there were major events related to the connection of the Inter-Korean Railway. In June 2018, South Korea acceded to the OSJD. The reason why this is an important event is because The interconnected railway will pass through North Korea, Russia, China, and European countries, and most of these countries are part of OSJT. And also, if we were to use the railroad for freight transportation, we will have to follow treaties and contracts that have been made by the OSJD. So by becoming a member, automatically we benefit from the deals that have been made by the 28 member countries of the OSJD. So the Inter-Korean Railway can be connected to the Continental Railway, and we have a legal basis and legal grounds to do this by joining the OSJD. So we have secured a legal platform for Inter-Korean Railways by joining the OSJD. In order to implement this in reality, we need to operate the Inter-Korean Railroad. So we looked at ways we can actually do this within the sanctions framework. So we carried out a detailed survey for interoperability and modernization. We have conducted detailed survey on structures on certain sections of the Gyeonggi Line, and we need to do more. And improvements on the Sachon River Bridge in the DMZ must be made to secure safety, and this bridge can also be utilized in case of other projects as well. The railroad that is connected is the Gyeonggi Line, but the Gyeongwon Line and the EC Northern Line needs to be connected as well. The Gyeonggi Line itself can be linked to an international railroad, and we can use it as a freight railway. And we are taking a phased approach to the modernization and connection of the Inter-Korean Railroad. And in the first phase, I would like to propose that we pursue cooperation with China and Russia. We need to establish a basic plan to modernize the railroad, and there's a great possibility that this project can be made an exception of sanctions. So we should convince the North so that we can carry out detailed surveys and begin designing railroad connection. And because now we are a member of OSJD, we need to invite China and Russia as cooperative partners so that we can connect the Inter-Korean Railway. Before COVID-19, an international rail between China, Russia, and North Korea was in operation. The second phase is to pursue an exclusion from sanctions. And while we are carrying out the design and also the surveys, we need to carry out trial runs of the international railroad and secure operation data. And by doing so, we can secure grounds for modernization. And as I mentioned earlier, we need to utilize the Sachon River Railroad Bridge, and that can be seen as an area where we can get a sanctions exemption first. And once the sanctions are lifted, we will be able to move on to the third phase. The North, or actually the East Asia Railroad Community is an initiative to establish multilateral peace and security regime by promoting economic exchange via rail among East Asian countries with the participation of the two Koreas, China, Russia, Mongolia, Japan, and the U.S. And we need the cooperation of the OSD. The future scholars say that in the 21st century, we will see a competition not between states, but between networks. So the Iron Silk Road, if it is connected solidly, then in terms of transportation costs and time, it will be able to promote cooperation on the continental scale, not just on the Korean peninsula. Now I would like to take a brief look here at the main train lines. You can see that we would be able to even connect the U.S. as well with a Pan-Pacific belt as well. So aside from the new economic initiative of South Korea, North Korea, China, and Mongolia and Japan all have national strategies and initiatives that aim to improve connection. Let me give you an example. A freight from Incheon goes to Daren, and then from there it takes rail to Mongolia, and then it is being shipped to Russia. This is what is happening right now. And if we are to reconnect rails, we would be able to shorten the transportation route by 15 hours. There's a network by Russia that is being operated, and if connected to the Inter-Korean Railway, it could serve as a way to increase freight transportation, and that could ultimately boost the economy in this region. Next, I would like to talk about the potential of the TSR. Recently, I believe the cost for shipping by sea has increased greatly. Containers that go from China to Europe, if you look at the Baltic index, I understand that it has increased by fivefold, and that is why TSR's potential is being or attracting greater attention. As you can see, the key clients of TSR is China. In 2010, Korea utilized this line more than China. So Russia is seeking to improve infrastructure and service with the goal of increasing demand to 1.9 million TEUs by 2025 from 550,000 in 2018. Currently, from Vladivostok to Moscow, it takes around 14 days for general freight, and for special freight, it takes 9 days. Russia is now pursuing a 7-day project, and so their goal is to connect or reduce the time from 9 days to 7 days. And if we can transport freight by 1 day, then from the tip of the Korean Peninsula to Europe, freight can be moved within 7 days. And if we are to enhance the railroad's speed, we can reduce the inventory cost, which can ultimately enhance the value added. So if you look at the container demand, it is annually around 600,000 TEUs, and it costs more than $1,100. But if the Inter-Korean Rail is connected, then that transportation time can be reduced by 1 to 2 days, and the cost is expected to drop to under $900. So we can cut logistic costs and also enhance efficiency. So China has a high-speed rail network. And 10 years ago, China did not have any high-speed rails, but now it has 36,000 kilometers of high-speed rail network. What is important is that they have high-speed rail network right up to North Korea, to the Tandung area.
So as you can see, before the high-speed railway, you have the megacities of Eurasia. But if we have high-speed railway, we'll be able to reduce the time and space that we need for promoting economic activities. And then here you can see that this is the high-speed railway that is operating between Beijing and Dandong. If you look at China, in the initial stages, they tried to develop their own high-speed railway, and it took them some time to adopt these high-speed railway. But as you can see, they have actually adopted technology from the advanced high-speed railway countries such as Germany and Japan and Korea, and they're developing their high-speed railway system and quickly developing it. Here you can see that we were inspired by the French TGV, and so this is the case
KTX Sancheon. The maximum speed is 300 km per hour. And then this is the next generation. It's called KTX EM 32370 series. So 32370 implies a max speed. And for EMU series, it uses our technology that we developed, HEMU 430X. And for EM, we have already produced it and it is being used already. And for 320, it will be adopted in 2025 and 370 is being developed. And here you can see, of course, Elon Musk is talking about Hyperloop technology, and the max speed is 1000 k per hour. So from Seoul to Busan, it would be 20 minutes. From Seoul to Beijing, it would take 1 hour and 20 minutes. And so this Hyperloop technology is also being developed. Here you can see the roadmap for TKR. So first step is to fix and do maintenance work on North Korean's railway. And then the second stage is to refurbish the North Korean railway. And then the third stage is to modernize it. So here you can see that we are able to create a one-day travel zone. And so you can see that from Seoul to Simyang, it would take 2 hours and 40 minutes. From Seoul to Pyongyang, 50 minutes. And from Seoul to Beijing, it would take 5 hours and 10 minutes. So within a day, we will be able to travel throughout these different areas. And if you look at the population, you can see that Harbin, there's 10 million. In Simyang, there's 8 million people. And also in Beijing, there's 21 million. So you can see that it would be very effective because the cities that these railways connect has high population density. And I showed you KTX 300, which has a maximum speed of 300 km per hour. So 5 hours, 4 hours, 1 hour. You can see that we can continue to reduce the time of travel between cities with the development of train technology. And this will help us to reduce the time and space needed to travel. So I told you that we are a member of OSJD, and Russia also is a member of OSJD. And if we are able to fix the North Korean railway road, we will be able to connect the railways of the different countries. And I think that the railway project that the two Koreas are thinking of can be actually produced and be successful. And then next is about R&D regarding the Continental Railway. So what we're looking at is the rail interval, power, and also the signal system. But right now the systems are heterogeneous, so there is some barriers in terms of logistics and transportation. And the systems not only are heterogeneous, but they're also outdated. So we need to bring in standardization in terms of custom systems. And because of systems barrier, there are some gaps. For example, the rail interval. So here you can see the green is the standard and the right is the lines. If you can see, the red represents a different standardization. So if you look at Korea, we have different standardizations in place. And also, in order to overcome this change in rail intervals, we have transit, we have exchange bogie, and we also can use the variable gauge bogie. And if you look at transit and also the exchange bogie, that's something that we are using. But if we want to overcome these technological barriers, you can use the variable gauge device. And so at our institution is developing these type of technologies and developing the next generation technology. And then here you can see the variable gauge bogie that we are developing at KRRI. It was developed, and you can see this is the picture of 1.0 variable gauge bogie. And in order to test these facilities in Chungbok Osong, we created this test site, and we are actually implementing the necessary facilities there to carry out the test. And I'm going to show you a video that shows you how we carry out this test. So as you can see the wheels expanding and shrinking, and we're testing the wheel set. So for 500 different tests are carried out to test these wheel sets. And then here you can see the train car is moving through the conversion site. And so what you can see is the bogie shrinking and expanding as well. So if you could please turn on the video. So here you can see the full loaded car that is moving, and we are checking to see that the full loaded car is safely being operated. And so not only the variable gauge device, but we also need converters, and I'm going to show you a video in a little while, but what you'll find is that the types that we use and the ones that they use in Russia and China are different. So we're trying to create an interoperable coupler and also a brake system that can be used by different countries. So I'm going to show you a video. So on the left-hand side, what you can see is on the top, you can see is the device from other countries, and the bottom is from our country. And what we did was we test a collision. And then here you can see the variable coupler as well. You can see that the heads of the couplers are different, but we are trying to create an interoperable system. So if you could show us another video. So this is a freight car, and it is connected to a Russian freight car, and we are carrying out a test to drive the train cars. So you can see that this freight car can travel in Korea and then move on to the Russian railways. So I'm close to the end of my presentation, and I would like to talk about the need for having integrated standardization. So when we operate TKR, we need to have interoperability, and standardization, I think, needs to be pursued together. We can't just enforce our standards on North Korea. And some people think that South Korean companies can go to North Korea and do everything. But I think that once the borders are open and we can implement TKR, we would have to work with other countries, especially in terms of a signaling system. So signaling systems are like the signals that you find on the roads. This is an area where North Korea needs a lot of work. And so we would have to try to apply standards. And so before the sanctions are lifted, I think we need to have discussions and studies in advance. Also, in the era of fourth industrial revolution, I think we can imagine a smart Korean Peninsula, but we would have 5G networks, we would have wireless traffic control systems, and then freight cars would be able to quickly move beyond the Korean Peninsula and connect to the Eurasian continent. We would be able to create a very safe and efficient smart railway here on the Korean Peninsula.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Dr. Park Jung-jun. In the last part of his presentation, Dr. Park mentioned that if EARC is realized, then in this fourth industrial age, we will be able to establish a railway for the Korean Peninsula. And in this sense, I believe that this project can further the benefit and serve the interests of Korea. So this is an inevitable project. Dr. Park talked about the vision and goal of the cooperation project. He talked about how we can realize EARC by connecting the Inter-Korean Railroad. And then he talked about the current research and development that is ongoing related to the railroad project. He emphasized connecting the railroads between North and South Korea first. And he also talked about how this is needed for peace and the economy for the two Koreas on the Korean Peninsula. He also said that it impacts peace and security in Northeast Asia. And he also said as a first phase of EARC, we need to connect the railroads of North and South Korea. And then he talked about how we need to establish plans to modernize
the railway, and he talked about how we need the cooperation of China and Russia and how we need test runs. And he talked about also how we need to prepare for a time when sanctions will be lifted and when full economic cooperation between the two Koreas is possible. So he gave us an overview about the phased approach that is being taken related to the project. And he also talked about if once the TKR is established, how this can be connected to the Siberian Railway and how it can be linked to the Trans-China Railway as well. He also
철도 운영을 위한 여러 가지 R&D에
talked about or introduced some R&D projects that are ongoing. He also talked about how we are continuing to develop high-speed rail.
And he also talked about developing a variable gauge device as well as the couplers and the brake systems. And then last of all, he talked about in order for interoperability and integration, we would need standardization. And the reason why we need this is when North Korea opens up its borders, if we can have standardization in place before that, it would help to accelerate cooperation between the two Koreas. So once again, we'd like to thank Dr. Park for his presentation, and we'll move on to the discussants. The first discussant is Professor An Byung-min, who is the president of the Korea Economic Cooperation Institute. So, Professor An, if you could please share us with your thoughts. I would An Byung-min from the Korea Economic Cooperation Institute, and I've actually done a lot of research with Dr. Park and worked with him, so I very much relate to what he is saying. So I don't have anything to say about his presentation. I think his presentation was very informative and succinctly gave us information. So in 2018, President Moon announced this railway project, and 3 years have passed. But if you look at the current status, there's not a lot of tangible results. So I think we have to look at the situation. And first of all, when we think about the East Asia Railway community, I think we need to upgrade this concept. When we say community, it means that you have joint responsibility. There is a understanding, a common interest, and a common understanding. And so, I think first of all, what we need to do is adjust or address the conflict between the members of this community. But if you look at the East Asia Railway community for a long time, socially and politically, there have been differences, and I think we need some time before we are able to come to a middle ground and find similarities. And also there's economic communities, coal communities, so there's a lot of communities based on economic activities, and I think economic communities are probably the most easiest to establish and pursue, and that's what we find in the past. But there is I don't think there are any examples where we have a railway community. The only example I know is that in 1959 in Africa there was an attempt. Benin, Niger, they tried to create a railway community. And this was meeting the needs of countries in Africa who needed some sort of access. And so it was a community between African countries in the continent and also African countries who were on the coastal areas. And so there was that example in Africa. But in terms of a community centered around railway, we haven't seen any examples to date. So if we want to pursue this East Asia Railway community, I think we have to think about a long-term roadmap and a blueprint. So first of all, we need a strategy and roadmap in order to come up with results. And also we have to think about the governance of pursuing an East Asia Railway community. The East Asia Railway community, I think, has 3 words: East Asia, railway, and then community. It consists of 3 major words. So if you look at space, East Asia is included in the diplomatic sphere, and then
Because it has to pass through North Korea, we need to have the involvement of Ministry of Unification. And then because it's community, I think we have to look at Ministry of Finance in Korea, and Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure can also have a role. So the different Korean government ministries need to have coordination to implement the East Asia Railway Community. But I don't think right now that there is a lot of coordination going on. So no government agency or organization is taking the leadership in terms of realizing the East Asia Railway Community. In order for us to realize the East Asia Railway Community, I think we need to have a new form of governance in place. And we would have to look into that. And then I just have one last question. So last October, the Chinese CRRC, they actually started to produce prototypes for the variable gauge device. And at the One Belt, One Road meeting, Mongolia, Russia, Kazakhstan, who share the border with China, were going to adopt this technology. And after 3 years, we see that they have actually invested about 35 billion yuan for the R&D of this type of technology. And after the technology was announced, they have made the technology or the train car to withstand very severe weather conditions because it's going to produce TSR. If you look at the variable gauge cars that are operated and developed by other countries such as Spain or Japan, I think compared to Korea, I'm not sure if Korea has the competitiveness. So what does Korea have competitiveness and what is the level of technology in terms of the variable gauge device cars? So Professor Ahn has said that the Moon government announced the East Asia Railway Community 3 years ago, but we haven't seen any tangible results to date. And there hasn't been too many examples of communities based on railway. And so in order for us to create this railway community, especially in the East Asian area, he pointed out that we need a roadmap for the long term. And East Asia Railway Community involves many different government agencies, but he also pointed out that there is an issue of governments because no government agency is taking the lead. And then the last question was for variable gauge device cars, what is our technological competitiveness compared to countries like Spain and China? And next, we would like to move on to our second panelist, Professor Kim Bora.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kim Bora from Dankook University. I enjoyed your presentation, Dr. Park Jong-jun. Recently, in the Mongolia railroad space, there have been policies put in place. There have been cooperation projects, and there are related projects that are being pursued. And I believe that these projects will be able to promote exchange and ultimately help realize EARC. Recently, in Mongolia, there are some policies that are being pursued that can promote the exchange of goods and people. And this can also impact the realization of EARC. The Mongolia has action plan that goes from 2020 to 2024. And they have plans to complete 2 lines in Mongolia, and they have a widespread upscale of 200 kilometers of the main line. So these are all being pursued under the 2020 to 2024 plan. And one of these plans have been completed in May 2021, and they have completed test runs, and they plan to open a new line in June of next year.
And this line will be connected to a Trans-Mongolian railway. And this rail will be used to transport raw materials like coal to China, Korea, and other advanced nations in the area. The Ulaanbaatar rail upgrading project is a huge project and completed 16 kilometers of improvement in 2020, and the line was expanded in 2021. 80 kilometers of train rail lines will be upgraded, and we have also purchased new cars, and we are also working on modernizing our rail bases. And in the case of another railway, we have began construction on a new line, and we expect this line to be completed within 33 years. And this rail, it runs parallel with the TMR, and it will be linked to the TMR. And through this line, we will focus on exporting minerals. And these are some of the policies that are being pursued. And the goal is to promote exchange between goods and people in Northeast Asia. And these policies and projects will have an impact. And in building EARC, I believe that these policies will impact this goal as well. So in building EARC, we need to take into consideration these Mongolian lines. And now I will like to talk about some of the economic cooperation projects. Mongolia, since 2016, has pursued a project to build a corridor. In November 2020, we have held a working level meeting for the first time to build this corridor that connects China and Mongolia. And in this meeting, the parties talked about the key projects, and we agreed on carrying out a feasibility study and a feasibility study on the modernization of the rail. And we also completed a joint statement that can be signed later if a summit is held between China, Russia, and Mongolia. The China-Russia-Mongolia economic corridor will be connected to rail corridors in the three countries, and this can be connected to the TKR. And we believe that support and interest in the Mongolian China-Russia corridor and railway projects will ultimately help the realization of EARC. So this is going to be a very important piece to the EARC puzzle. And third, Mongolia is currently carrying out projects related to Far East Russia and Northern China. And the Mongolian president will take part in the September economic forum or has taken part. And Mongolia will expand its presence in Far East Russia, and it will start exporting using the sea route. Mongolia uses the Vladivostok River, and this line can be connected to the trail link, and the Mongolia Trade Commission that is active in Vladivostok is playing an active role. And in terms of northern China, Mongolia, since 2009, has been working in Tenjin, Tongja. We have been building a transportation logistics system there. Recently in June, China, Mongolia companies have been registered in several Chinese towns, and so they are ready for operation. These logistics and transportation hubs will be linked to the railway system, and this can lead to more freight and also imports and exports, and Mongolian agricultural products and other products will be able to be shipped more smoothly. And if you look at Far East Russia and Northern China, these projects in these areas have made progress. With that, I would like to conclude my comment.
예, 김보라 교수님 감사드립니다.
So thank you very much, Professor Kim.
몽골 분이신가요?
Are you Mongolian by any chance?
예, 몽골 출신.
Yes,
한국인으로 귀화했습니다.
예,
but I'm a naturalized
그래서
Korean now.
아까 발표해 주신 대로
As she mentioned, she talked in detail about some of the projects and policies that are being pursued in Mongolia. Professor Kim, I think, highlighted three main points. First is she talked about the current status and future direction of railways, and she talked about the TMR and how this can contribute to the building of EARC. Second, she talked about the China-Russia-Mongolia economic corridor that is being built, and she talked about how the rail project being a priority in this project. And she also talked about how Mongolia is pursuing projects and economic cooperation projects in Far East Russia and also northeastern China. And they have a trade representative in Vladivostok. And she mentioned how economic cooperation with Far East Russia and northeastern China will promote the exchange of human and goods, and how this can contribute to the building of EARC. Now, I would like to invite from Hanyang University Professor Omgu Ho for his comments.
예,
So in 2018, President Moon announced his plans or proposal for the East Asia Railway community, and 3 years have passed. I think this proposal for the East Asia Railway commitment is at the heart of Moon Jae-in government's Look North policy or New North policy. So I think it's a very important initiative. So Professor An talked about how that there has been an example of a community created around railway. But forget East Asia. I think just within our area, it's hard to create a community because there are historical issues, political issues. So when we try to think about forming a community, I think we have to look beyond the railway. If you look at Europe's case, they actually saw economic communities being created through cooperation in the areas such as railway. And so I think that railway initiatives or these transport initiatives can help to enhance cooperation among countries. So if you look at history, railway networks has great impact in terms of tourism, industrial development. All of this, I think, is possible through the development of railways. So railway infrastructure cooperation, I think, is very meaningful, and it will help us to foster cooperation. And one other thing is that in terms of railway cooperation, there's a lot of support from the countries of this region. China, Russian, they are also trying to look at connecting the railways and ports. And as Professor Kim mentioned, if you look at Tavan, Togo, they are developing resources. And for the Arctic route, Peter-Pavlovsk, Kamchatka port, all of these ports, they need to be connected to the railway to have meaning.
Especially in China, the One Belt, One Road initiative, if you want to connect that to Korea, I think that it would have to be connected to TKR. And not only Eurasian Land Bridge, but within our region, we need to pursue this project to promote trade and cooperation. When we do feasibility studies, if you look at DPI index, government provides 50% subsidy. If it actually exceeds the targets that we have set in Korea in terms of the ROI. And the GDP, extra GDP created, a lot of the social benefits that can be derived from this project could benefit participating countries, so there would be much to benefit from these initiatives. But as mentioned, for the past 3 years, there hasn't been any tangible results. I do understand that, but we have to remember that there was a COVID pandemic, and right now the Ministry of Land, Transport, and Infrastructure in Korea right now is focused on the real estate market and its developments here in Korea. So I think regardless of where the government is at in terms of its term, we should consistently support this initiative and project. And then funding is also a key issue. North Korea is not part of IMF. So even if we begin this initiative, it would be very hard to get concessional loans for North Korea. For other countries, we can utilize PPP to attract private investment. But for North Korea, we would have to use the Inter-Korean Cooperation Fund, and we would have to earmark a budget for the railway initiative or issue bonds. So I think there will be different options that we have to examine for funding. The international development banks, they would play an important role. If you look at the Mekong River Railway Initiative, the reason why it was successful is because ADB took part in the initiative, and they actually helped to implement the project, making it more feasible. So we would, I think, have to come up with a governance structure where multi-development banks could provide support. And the one thing that I would like to emphasize is that in 2018, when President Moon suggested the East Asia Railway Community, he suggested the participation of the United States. I think that's a very important point. We are carrying out policies, and one of the reasons why we had difficulties is because the U.S. and Japan are not taking part in these policies. And also, they not only are taking part in these initiatives, they have a somewhat reserved view. So by having the United States take part in the East Asia Railway Community, we could enhance the feasibility of this initiative. But how to go about that, I think, is yet to be determined. Aside from the U.S. and Japan, I think all other countries are very much interested in this community. So with regard to the U.S., I think there are 3 approaches that we can take. First is that we have to look at the political gains that the U.S. can get from taking part in the East Asia Railway Community. The Biden government, since taking office, has suggested a new approach. They are talking about pragmatism, bottom-up, and phased approach. Of course, this is not very clear yet, but that's the sort of approach that they are suggesting. And in a phase-in manner, through small milestones and deals, if they're able to resolve the North Korean nuclear issue, I think that the railway project could be a way for us to negotiate with North Korea. It could be one of those small milestones. So I think we need to have a detailed roadmap as to how we are going to connect the railways. If you look at the sanctions, there's a sanctions about exemptions regarding social infrastructure. So I think infrastructure can can be exempt from the UN sanctions. I don't remember the exact date, but CSISA, Mr. Michael Green wrote a column for Chungang Daily newspaper and said that just like Kaesong Industrial Complex or Kumgang Mountain Project, rather than a project that provides funding or cash to North Korea, he wrote that the U.S. should get involved in these type of infrastructures that actually promote real cooperation. And I thought that was quite a good point that he made. And then, of course, ADB would become a key investor in this project, and ROI would be important as well. And then the third point is the United States, from crossing the Pacific to, they created a, UIC has made a company as well, and from taking the Eurasian Railway, they want to connect to Asia. So they're looking at the corridor project connecting the west side and east side. And the west-east corridor has been an item that is under discussion. So in the presentation, we heard about Pacific, but we also have to look at the Atlantic Ocean. So maybe we can persuade the U.S. to take part in the East Asia Railway community. So I think that unless we have the participation of the U.S., the project will not move forward. And then the last thing I would like to mention is, as I mentioned earlier, railways are not something that you can build in 5 to 10 years. You need a long time. And one thing that we have to remember is that without the inter-Korean cooperation and without TKR, this railway community cannot be realized. Of course, there's North Korean sanctions that have been imposed. So I think that we can think about connecting the railways from Korea to North Korea to China, even with the sanctions in place. So thank you very much, Professor Professor talked about how the Moon government announced the plans for East Asia Railway Community, but as Professor Ahn pointed out, there have been no tangible results produced to date. And he said that this is because of COVID and the situation that we are in. And when we talk about community, he mentioned that railway networks could enhance economic cooperation, but in the area of East Asia, it's much harder to promote this joint community. So there are a lot of barriers to overcome in order for us to realize a true community. But he also told us that a lot of our countries are interested in, and that the potential results of a railway network or cooperation is very big. And with sanctions in place, there are a lot of difficulties, but we should continue cooperation in the railway sector. And the last thing that he mentioned is that in order for us to develop the East Asia Railway community, the U.S. needs to participate, and we have to think about economic political gains that the U.S. can gain from taking part in the railway community. And in terms of logistic network, the U.S. will want to connect the East and West, the Atlantic and Pacific corridor. Also, in terms of denuclearization negotiations, Professor mentioned that railway projects could be could provide to be small milestones, and that rather than providing cash to North Korea, this type of railway project would actually work better to enhance cooperation between North Korea and its neighboring countries. And talked about how the East-West corridor is being pursued between Russia and the United States. So we would be able to connect the East-West corridor to the East Asia Railway network. He mentioned that this idea could actually induce the participation of the United States. And then next, we would like to invite Dr. Hwang Jae-jun from Sejong Institute.
네, 안녕하십니까. 오늘 앞서
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
토론자분들의 좋은 말씀
I appreciate the presentation of the presenter and the comments by the speakers. I have to say that some of what I wanted to talk about has already been covered by the previous speakers. So I would like to just add to what they have said, and I would like to touch upon the institutional arrangements. In 2018, the AARC was a theme at the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum at the time. And 3 years have passed, but the EARC has not been launched. So many may believe that there has been no progress. But if you look at the direction forward, I believe that we have made baby steps because smaller goals, such as a promotion of material and human exchange, has been set. And so I would like to add to the speakers. I would first like to talk about the direction in terms of how and what. President Moon Jae-in announced the EARC, and we sought countries that can cooperate with us. And discussions have been ongoing on how each of these countries can contribute and collaborate. And the cooperation itself is incomplete yet. However, for the past 3 years, discussions have been ongoing, and I think that in and of itself is an achievement. At the end of this year, the EARC International Forum will be launched and established. And when the International Forum is held, and if it collaborates with the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum, then it can promote cooperation and collaboration between the relevant ministries as well. So domestically, I think we need to promote interministerial cooperation, and outside, we need to continue to search how other countries can collaborate, and that is why we need institutions and systems. This year, at the end of this year, an international forum will be held, as I mentioned earlier, and through this process, we need to be able to identify the different stakeholders, such as experts, business people, and government officials. We need their cooperation and their participation in the dialogue and discussion. And this will help us secure the sustainability of this project. And in this sense, forums like this prove a continued forum for dialogue, and it provides an opportunity to build networks among the stakeholders. So forums such as this is very important. And we have countries that are taking part in the EARC, but within those countries, we have different actors. And so we need to promote 1.5 track dialogue and cooperation as well. And this can be done through forums like this as well. And lastly, as I mentioned earlier, through international forums, the related countries will be able to form working groups. And through these groups, they will be able to take a look at
the railroad project from a technical perspective, a political perspective, and they will be able to look at how this can really induce peace and prosperity. And so through these institutions, we would be able to achieve an ultimate goal, which is to build a foundation for continued cooperation. And so in that sense, the EARC project holds a greater potential that goes beyond simply reconnecting railroads. We will be able to build a structure for cooperation for experts and other stakeholders. What I want to emphasize is that there has been a process that and time that was needed for the EARC to mature since 2018. So that is why I am certain that after a certain amount of time, just as the European Economic Community transformed into the European Union, the EARC could go beyond rail and serve as a center for cooperation in Northeast Asia. Thank you very much, Dr. Hwang. Dr. Hwang focused on the institutional side and also the practices that will be needed. And he also pointed out that this process is being with this process, progress is being made. Speakers have pointed out that there are not enough tangible results regarding EARC, but Dr. Hwang pointed out that continued dialogue to promote exchange and also the changing awareness regarding the project is an achievement of itself. And he talked about how we can start with low-hanging fruits and that later on this can lead to bigger achievements and bigger results. He also talked about how different stakeholders need to come together to collaborate and cooperate. And he said that forums like this provide a very important forum for such dialogue and cooperation to continue. I think in international politics, there is an emphasis on stakeholders working toward a common goal and common direction, and it is referred to as an intellectual community. And these forums serve as an opportunity to build intellectual communities. He also talked about how EARC could trigger working groups to discuss issues that go beyond rail to include economies and also security issues. And in conclusion, he talked about how we need to continue on with discussions and how he believes after a certain time that these discussions will bear fruit and EARC will be able to transform into a regional mechanism much like the European Union. I'm not sure if I'm correct, but would you say I summarized your comments well? Then now I would like to invite the last speaker of this session, Dr. Lee Jae-hoon. You have the floor. Dr. Lee Jae-hoon is the director of the East Railway Community Forum. I, of course, agree with the presenter regarding what was in his presentation. And I also agree with what was said by the speakers before me. I would like to tackle this issue from a different perspective. I listened to the presentation, but there is still a sense of wanting, a sense that something is missing. I'm not criticizing Dr. Park Jung-jun's presentation. There's nothing wrong with his presentation. But as was mentioned, EARC was officially proposed in 2018. But still, we are discussing the vision of the EARC initiative. I think that is quite unfortunate. The EARC will have political, economical, and security implications, and there will be benefits. And I fully agree that there is a need to build the East Asia Railway community, and we have heard a lot of discussion centering on that. And of course, the EARC will be beneficial for neighboring countries as well. I think we have heard a lot about the vision. China, Russia, and Mongolia, I believe, understand the impact and benefits that they will enjoy from the EARC. So the vision has been shared quite sufficiently. But what I believe is that the specific ways to implement the vision is more important than the vision itself. I don't think these substantial discussions are taking place. Within Korea, we continue to talk about the vision, and we haven't got into the details of how we will implement the EARC. So you have to wonder whether this is just for show or whether this is something that is going to be actually pursued and implemented. And as Mr. An mentioned, since 2018, we have not seen tangible results yet. Of course, there was dialogue between the two Koreas, and there was a groundbreaking ceremony for the railroads and roads, but we have not made progress from that. There are many limitations in realizing EARC, and I would like to talk about two key limitations. First is the sanctions that are being posed against North Korea. So whether it is fully lifted or partially lifted, sanctions itself will make EARC impossible. As you know, in 2018, when we were conducting a survey in North Korea, Korea faced very strong opposition from the U.S. Of course, we did go on with the survey, but there was a strong opposition. And this is because sanctions are being imposed on North Korea. So as long as sanctions are in place, we need to acknowledge that realizing EARC will be very different. And recently, we have seen a Sino-U.S. rivalry and confrontation increase. And one of the strategic challenges or projects in Northeast Asia is China's One Road, One Belt, and this is coming against the U.S.'s Indo-Pacific strategy. And against this backdrop, will China and the U.S. prioritize EARC? And we need to cautiously and carefully consider this. So these are two key limitations that are making EARC, the realization of EARC, difficult. So I believe that the vision is great, but in implementing this vision, we need a different strategy and we need a different process in place to actually realize this vision. As Professor mentioned, I believe that U.S.-Japan interest and U.S. participation is critical. So we have to discuss how we are going to get the U.S. to take part in this initiative. The EARC is focused on railroads, and as a result, the international community believes that this is a project that involves continental China. And the U.S. sees this project as something that is more close to China. So we need to be able to show that this East Asia Railroad Community is actually encompassing maritime and road and rail and other elements. And so we need an incentive to engage the U.S. And second, there are concerns regarding EARC on the part of the U.S., and we need to be able to alleviate those concerns. As I mentioned earlier, EARC can be seen, or the U.S. is concerned that EARC will be absorbed or be part of China's One Belt, One Road policy. And they are concerned that the EARC initiative might make some of the sanctions being imposed on North Korea useless. So we need to address those concerns. And I believe that it is important to alleviate U.S. concerns regarding EARC. And in order to do that, we need the participation and information sharing between the U.S. and South Korea. And the third point that I would like to make is related to the trial projects. These trial projects are being carried out by Russia, China, and Korean counterparts. And this is all good. But along with these trial projects, we need to think about trial projects that could invite the participation of U.S. companies. The U.S. does not have a strong railway system, and as a result, they are not interested in these trial projects. And however, if you look at U.S., they have advanced cold chain systems. So we could identify companies that produce cold chain cars and trains. And we would be able to come up with trial projects like this that can actively invite the participation of U.S. companies. Then at the very least, we would be able to attract the interest of the U.S. side, and we need to discuss these issues as well. And lastly, we need an organization that can make the EARC an international agenda, as mentioned by one of the speakers. With North Korean sanctions in place, it is difficult to achieve tangible results. And based on this awareness, we need to come up with an international forum that encompasses EARC, ports, and logistics. And at this forum, we can discuss issues or areas of cooperation with the likes of U.S. And the project needs to be elevated as an international agenda through an international forum. And such international forum should not be a one-off event. Rather, it should continue on as a forum for discussion, at least until some sort of formal agreement is signed between the involved parties. And so EARC needs to be discussed in depth frequently among the international community. And creating a forum will do this, and a forum can create a framework for the Korean government to achieve this goal. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Lee.
동아시아 철도
Dr. Lee
문재인 대통령께서 말씀하신 지 벌써 3년이
touched upon how it has been 3 years since the EARC has been officially announced, and he talked about how we need to move on from discussions related to the vision to how we are going to implement the EARC, and he talked about how sanctions need to be lifted and also how we are going to pursue this project amid Sino-US competition. He also talked about how we need to take a look at whether this project can be a priority amid the strategic competition between China and the US. And he also made several comments related to the US. He talked about how we need to expand the concept of EARC to include ports and logistics so that we can invite the participation of the U.S. He also talked about how we have to think of ways to involve U.S. companies in trial projects as well. He also talked about how we need an international organization or a forum to continue to highlight the EARC, and he also highlighted how we need to include ports and logistics. Perhaps we can come up with a Northeast Asia Transportation Forum. So a forum like this can help move the project along. So far we have heard from one presenter, and we have heard also from 5 speakers. And I gave our speakers enough time to offer their comments. And I understand that the speaker's comments complemented Dr. Park's presentation. There were no opposing views. I don't think that Dr. Park will need a lot of time to respond to the speakers, as they were complementary comments. I will give you the floor before we wrap up to respond to the comments. I think we have about 10 minutes to respond to questions from our online participants. Can you please show us the questions? The first question is, I am curious to know whether there is an ongoing project to build a railroad like Eurostar that connects the UK, France, and Belgium, and if so, which countries are involved in the discussion? Who would answer this question? Dr. Lee Jae-hoon? I think you may be the most suited to answer this question. I'm not quite sure of the intention of this question. Eurostar is a undersea railroad. I understand there are no such projects in other parts of the world. If we are talking about an overseas railroad connection, I understand Russia and former Eastern European countries are looking at connecting their railways. And in Central Asia, there are several projects that are ongoing to connect several countries in that region. The second question is that North Korean cooperation is key to EARC, but given the current stalemate between the relations between the two Koreas, is this possible? And if we are to modernize the railroads, would South Korea have to shoulder the burden, the cost? Thank you for that wonderful question. So North Korea, in terms of connecting the railway, I think they do understand the need and the impact of connecting the railways. Kim Il-sung, I think it was like 8 days before he passed away, he met another political leader from Belgium and said that there would be a lot of profit to gain from if the railways connected between the two Koreas. And he also pointed out that the North Korean railway system was outdated and inconvenient. And so I think North Korea understands the impact and benefits of the interconnected railway network, but I think the cost is the issue. In Korea, we need around 60 billion won to create 1 kilometers of high-speed railway, and we need to build 1,200 kilometers, and that would require 70 trillion won of investment. So I think that Korea does not have the economic capacity to cover all of the cost that goes into refurbishing and renovating North Korean railway system. So I think it would have to be a joint project. So depending on the project, I think we would have to look at various funding sources. So modernizing North Korean railway system in North Korea, it's not something that we can do alone. I think we would have to work with North Korea. And so basically, we're going to have to teach them how to catch the fish, not just feed them the fish. So this is something that the two Koreas need to talk about, the cost and the investment that goes into modernizing their railway network. So this is something that the two Koreas will need to discuss, and something that we need to further discuss also with the international community.
아까 비용 문제에 대해서는
With regards to the cost, Professor I believe, mentioned this in his comments. So, Professor I think what we need to consider is that we are not building the entire section. Most countries, important sections are already connected. Of course, there are new projects such as the Russia-Mongolian project and the Primorye railway, but we are not constructing a railroad from scratch. We are linking operating railways together and modernizing these railways that are in operation. As Dr. An mentioned, depending on how we interpret the agreed terms, it could take 60 to 70 trillion won. But from the freight standard, if we were to connect the lines initially, if we are not building new lines, if we are to connect the existing lines, the initial cost would be around 3 to 4 trillion. And I think that is something that the South Korean budget can handle. But in the long term, if we are to modernize the passenger lines as well, of course, that would entail a large cost. Around 30 to 50% of the Inter-Korean Cooperation Fund and private investment of around 20%, and we could also issue bonds to account for 30%. So these would be the three key financial resources. And then we could also invite the investment of international financial institutions. And of course, the proportions could change later on, but this would kind of be the idea of how we would be able to provide for the cost. The third question is, in the case of a Northeast Asia railroad, if relations with certain countries go awry or deteriorate, it seems that there is a possibility that the railroads could be easily severed. Do you have any backup plans for instances like this? I would like to invite Dr. Hwang to answer this question.
I think that was a very important question, and I think it's in line with what I just said during the discussion. I think this is why we need institutionalization. So the answer to your question is institutionalization.
So in other words, of course, conflicts can rise between countries, crises can break out between countries. For example, just because we have sour relations between Korea and Japan, or because there's tension between Korea and China, we don't just stop everything. And so I think railway cooperation would be the same. We need to enhance interdependency of countries. So of course we need to have interdependency between countries, and as other speakers mentioned, I think railway can serve as a mechanism to enhance this interdependency. So in terms of providing backup, I think there are a lot of options we can look at. So you might say that my answer might be a bit abstract, but when we talk about institutionalization, if we can deepen and widen cooperation, I think we'll see that we can constructively proceed with these type of initiatives.
Thank you very much. We will entertain two more questions before we wrap up. The fourth question is, the maritime transportation costs has increased and demand for rail transportation has increased exponentially. Is there a way to connect or speed up the construction of railroads? Dr. Bang? I don't think we can expedite the construction period so that we can conclude construction in 1 to 2 years. What we can do is divide the sections into smaller sections and investing a large amount of resources. And this, of course, would be more expensive, but that could be one way. And in the case of Korea, we have many steps before we can begin construction, such as environmental assessments and so on. But in North Korea and other countries, like in China, I believe that relatively speaking, they would be able to speed up the process. The last question is, since joining OSJD, has there been any other substantial progress, such as a signing of an MOU to connect the Northeast Asia Railroad to, for instance, Mongolia's TMGR? For this, I would like to invite Dr. Kim Bo-ra to respond. Since joining OSJD, the Mongolian Railroad Company has talked with their Korean counterparts to cooperate in building signals for a line in Mongolia. And there is a lot of interest in 2 lines that connect to the TMGR. And Korea has agreed with Mongolia to cooperate with Mongolia on these 2 lines. And on September 10th, President Moon Jae-in and the President of Mongolia agreed to enhance Korea-Mongolia relations to a strategic partnership. And in their joint statement, the leaders agreed to cooperate in building EARC. And so you could say that there has been a substantial progress. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kim. We have 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and I would like to allot this time to give Dr. Park his final comments. I would like to respond to the question posed by Dr. An Byung-min. He is a predecessor, and I have always studied his research material.
And in terms of variable gauge bogie, I think we are also trying to learn the specification behind the technology. I think what the point that we're trying to go forward is different. For Korean's case, we are investing 6 trillion won, and although the investment is size, we are looking more at freight cars. So freight cars need to be operated in a safe environment. Even if it's heavily loaded, it should be able to smoothly operate. So I think what we're trying to target is a little bit different. For Chinese case, they're looking at high-speed passenger cars, and they're using pressurized method. So I could say that their technology is a little bit more complicated, and their trains are a bit more expensive. But for us right now, we do have to work with North Korea, so we cannot directly connect to these other countries. So we do have the technology developed, but we can't fully utilize it. But China can connect to Russia and Kazakhstan directly. So they have been able to increase cooperation with other countries with the technology that they develop. So that's the difference between Korea and China. And also in terms of technological development, we are targeting different segments. We're targeting freight cars, and China is targeting high-speed passenger cars. So thank you. So thank you very much. And we talked about the EARC and also promoting people-to-people exchanges, as well as the exchange of material resources. We heard a presentation from Dr. Park, and then we heard the discussants, 5 discussants. So they covered challenges that we might face in pursuing EARC and how to overcome these challenges. They shared with us their insight and experiences. I would like to once again thank our online viewers for their active participation as well. And with this, we are going to conclude the 4th session of the Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum 2021. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kim. It is now time to close Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Forum 2021. Hope you had a great time virtually joining our panel discussions. I would like to express my gratitude for joining us here for 2 days. Also, for those who participated in the comment and question event, winners will be announced on October 14th via KNDA's official Facebook and Instagram account. Make sure to keep your eyes on our page not to miss the announcement. Once again, thank you for having time with us. Wish you all the best, and we hope to see you again. Thank you.